which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
A happy and blessed afternoon, our dear grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, RTV Channel 26, Facebook Live, and on Converge Cable TV Channel 100. How are you today? I hope everyone is feeling great. I am teacher Kimberly D. Teves, broadcasting live from San Bartolome, Mayantok, Tarlac. Please join me as we explore and learn our today's lesson. As we begin our lesson, kindly prepare your learning activity sheet, pen, and paper. Watch and study where in a place where you are most comfortable. Also, I want you to interact by commenting in the chat box with your name, section, and school you are from. Our today's topic is all about how to synthesize essential information found in various sources. Objectives. First, we have to identify synthesizing. Second, we have to identify the ways to synthesize information from different sources. And for the third one, we have to synthesize essential information from a given text. Before we get started, I would like to congratulate you first for doing your best in accomplishing your previous learning activity sheet. It means that you have accomplished all those previous learning activity sheets, and look how far you have made it. In the last episode, Teacher Sheena Marie discussed about expanding the content of an outline using notes from primary and secondary sources to writing. Now, let us try to check if you have mastered the topic that was being discussed in your previous lesson by answering this 5-item activity. Please, do listen as I read the sentences. I will give 3 seconds to answer each item. So here is the direction. You classify the following sources by type. Write PS if it is primary source and SS if it is secondary source. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Again, classify the following sources by type. Write PS if it is primary and secondary sources, you write SS. Write your answer on your answer sheet. So first, number 1. What is the classification of autobiography? Is it primary source or secondary source? The answer for item number 1 is PS. Very good, dear students. You got the correct answer. Now, let's have the number 2. Number 2 is for book reviews. Book reviews, what is the answer? Is it a primary or secondary source? That's great. The answer is SS. It is a secondary source. Next, we have number 3, textbooks. What is the classification of textbooks? Is it a primary or secondary? Okay, very good. The answer for number 3 is SS. It is classified a secondary source. Now, let's go on with number 4. What is the classification of number 4, which is letters? If your answer is primary source, you are correct. The answer for number 4 is PS. It is a primary source. And last but not the least, we have the dictionaries. Dictionaries, it is a PS or as SS? The answer for number 5 is SS. It is classified as secondary sources. Absolutely correct. How many correct answers did you get in this activity? Very good. I hope this will help you to master the previous lesson being discussed by the teacher. Now that we are done with the review, let us begin the lesson. This is all about synthesizing essential information found in various sources. But first of that, let us all define synthesis. The word synthesis is a noun. Its verb form is synthesize. It is the composition or combination of parts of elements so as to form a whole. It also involves looking for similarities and differences between your sources. Synthesizing is the process through which readers bring together their background knowledge and their evolving understanding of the book to create a complete and original understanding of the text. This has something to do with how we process. We have a lot of sources online, at home, at work, and especially in school. These different sources of information affect our opinion about something. We gather new knowledge, shape new ideas and opinions, and refine our thinking. Every new thought expands from the previous thought. As a result, we gain a better understanding. Through synthesizing, you can form ideas and opinion. So here is the example on how to synthesize information. We have here 3 sources. For source 1, Marisa saw a strange man enter the gym this morning. He was dressed in a suit. For the second source, Caroline was in the gym when a man came in and talked to Coach Carter for several minutes. They walked around the gym, looking at some places where paint was chipped and where the bleachers were cracked. And for the source 3, Joseph overheard one of the secretaries in the front office saying that the superintendent would be visiting today to look at the building and any budget needs for the next year. So what is the synthesis of these 3 sources? So the synthesis is, the superintendent visited the school today and he went to the gym. He talked with Coach Carter, who showed him some areas in the gym that may need renovation or repairing as part of the budget process. So from this example, observe that words were not copied directly word by word to form a synthesis, right? Sentences are paraphrased to be able to come up with your own composed paragraph without changing the meaning of the information you have taken from your sources. Reminders: synthesis is not a summary, but summary leads to synthesis. This involves the similarities and differences between your sources. Your synthesis should show the reader where the sources are similar and different. So here is the representation of how we come up with synthesis. We have the source 1, we have the source 2, the personal ideas, and the observation is equal to new idea. Now, we have here the 3 types of synthesis. So what are these syntheses? A, the new understanding. New understanding is something a reader has not considered before until the reading the text. The second one is the deeper understanding, When we say deeper understanding, we are becoming more aware or appreciative of an idea after reading the text. And the last one, we have the change understanding. So what do we mean by change understanding? When we say change understanding, we are thinking differently as a result of reading the text. Again, synthesizing can be hard, especially if it is your first time to do it. But here is the suggested strategy that can be helpful for us. It is the REST method. So what is the REST method? R is to read 2 different sources about a topic and record ideas. For E, we have edit notes and combine concepts that are similar. S is for synthesize by combining notes with you and what you already know about the topic. And the last T is for think about your new ideas and connect them to what you already know. Now that we have discussed our topic, we are now to apply what you have learned about synthesizing essential information found in various sources. Allow me to read the directions twice. So first, write true if the statement tells about synthesizing and false if otherwise. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Again, write true if the statement tells about synthesizing and false if otherwise. Write your answer on your answer sheet. Okay, let's read for number 1. When you synthesize, you need to look at what 2 or more writers say at the same topic. What is the answer? The answer for number 1 is true. Amazing! You got the correct answer. For number 2, supporting details guide you in making your synthesis. What is the answer for number 2? The answer for number 2 is false. Very good. It feels great knowing that you are doing a great job. Now let's move on to number 3. Notes-taking is an important step of synthesizing. What is the answer for number 3? The answer for number 3 is true. Very good. You are correct. And number 4, synthesizing is similar to summarizing. For number 4, the answer is false. As what we have said a while back, that synthesis is not summary, but summary leads to synthesis. It only involves the similarities and differences between your sources. And now let's have the number 5. You need to look for essential information from different sources to make an overall point. What is the answer for number 5? Okay, the correct answer for item number 5 is true. Who got the perfect score? That's great. Congratulations for a job well done. Now, let's go and proceed to our next activity. Let me read the directions twice and you are given a 5-item test. Okay, so here is the direction. Item or question and choose the best answer. Number 1. Which of the following is not part of synthesizing? A. Determining a purpose. B. Finding supporting details. C. Comparing and contrasting text. And D. Finding the main idea. So what is the answer for number 1? Okay. The answer for number 1 is letter A. Okay, very good. The answer for number 1 is letter A. Now, let me read the 2 passages. So, identify the similarity between these 2 passages. Okay, let me read the passage 1. If you want to become an astronaut, NASA requires that you have a degree in biology, physical science, engineering, or math. You then must have at least 3 years of working experience to show that you are responsible. It is helpful to have an advanced degree too. Teaching experience is valued, so teachers are encouraged to apply to become an astronaut. Next, we have the passage 2. Let me read the passage too. Mae Jemison was the first African woman to travel in space. She went to chemical engineering and African and American studies. She then went to medical school and became a doctor. She traveled around the world helping people. She also became a well-known dancer and had her own dance studio. She applied to become a NASA astronaut but was turned down first. After applying again in 1987, she was accepted as one of 15 astronauts out of 2,000 applicants. So here are the choices. Letter A. Both tell you something about becoming an astronaut. B. Both tell you how to apply to become an astronaut. C. Both tell you about NASA's space program. And D. Both tell you about the life of astronaut. So the answer for number 2 is letter A. Great! You answered our item number 2 correctly. Number 3. Which of the following statements below best synthesizes the information in the two passages? Again, which of the following statements below best synthesizes the information in the two passages? A. You must have a degree in math. B. NASA often hires women. C. Jemison did become an astronaut. And D. Becoming an astronaut is difficult. Okay, the correct answer for item number 3 is letter D. Very good. Now, let me read the ideas from the articles below. How are these articles connected? Okay, number 1. The Loch Ness Monster must exist. Over 10,000 people claim to have sighted the serpent-like monster. Can 10,000 people all just be imagining things? Number 2. For the main idea number 2, with today's underwater camera and sonar, it is impossible to believe that the Loch Ness Monster exists. We would have found her by now. So here are the choices. For A, different opinion about the Loch Ness Monster. B, agreement that the Loch Ness Monster is a joke. Letter C, how science is used to prove things. And letter D, opinions about news reporting. So think about it. What is the answer for number 4? Okay, the correct answer for item number 4 is letter A. And now let's have the number 5. Number 5, what conclusion can you draw from both of these ideas? Again, what conclusion can you draw from both of these ideas? A, the existence of the Loch Ness Monster is still debated. B, science can prove the existence of the Loch Ness Monster. Letter C, over 10,000 people have sighted the Loch Ness Monster. And letter D, the Loch Ness Monster is a myth. So what is the answer for number 5? Think about it. The answer for number 5 is letter A. That's great. So great job, dear learners. Congratulations for a job well done. So, to strengthen our knowledge for today's discussion, let's answer the activities. For your post-listening, we have 2 activities that need to be accomplished. So let me read the direction twice. So here is the first direction. So for the first direction, read the given selection below. Organize the information from the reading selection by writing the needed information in the graphic organizer. Write your answer on the table provided. Again, read the given selection below. Organize the information from the reading selection by writing the needed information in the graphic organizer. Write your answer on table provided. So we have here smoking and tobacco. So you have to fill in the table by answering the following questions. For the first cell, at first I was thinking. For the second one, while I was reading, I was thinking. And the third one, the more I read, I thought. And for the last one, after reading, my thinking changed to blank. So all you have to do is to fill in the table by answering the following. Now, let's move on to the second part of the listening activity. I will read the directions twice. For the direction, based on the information in the article and what you already know, write an essay about your understanding of Indian wedding tradition. Essay will be based on the following rubric. Again, based on the information in the article and what you already know, write an essay about your understanding of Indian wedding tradition. Essay will be based on the following rubric. So as you can see, we have here a rubric. We have here a rubric wherein, okay, we have here a rubric. Okay? Okay. So congratulations, dear grade 8 learners. You have successfully finished our lesson for today. And I am glad you have answered all of the questions correctly and you have actively participated for today's activities. I hope you have learned and gained knowledge for today's topic. Continue doing well in the succeeding lessons. Again, this is Ma'am Kimberly D. Teves, your teacher broadcaster for English 8 today. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Ang senior high school academic track. Upang makatugon sa mabilis na pagbabago ng ating panahon, tinitiyak ng senior high school program na handa ang mga magsisipagtapos dito sa mga hamon ng pagbabago. Sa academic track, ang mga nagsipagtapos ay maaaring makapagpatuloy ng pag-aaral sa kolehiyo, mag-aral ng mas mataas na mga kasanayan o middle-level skills, magtrabaho o magnegosyo. 4 na strand ang maaari nilang pagpilian sa academic track. 1. Accountancy, Business and Management o ABM strand. 2. Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics o STEM strand. 3. Humanities and Social Science or HUMS strand. At 4. General Academic strand o GAS. Ang ABM strand ay para sa mga mag-aaral na nais kumuha ng kurso sa kolehiyo, kaugnay ng finance, business, o accounting. Ang STEM strand ay para naman sa mga mag-aaral na may kakayahan o interes sa science, technology, engineering at mathematics. Sa STEM, mayroong mga science lessons na kasama na sa core subjects, kaya papalitan ito ng earth science at disaster readiness. Upang mapabilang sa STEM, kailangan ng final grade na di bababa sa 85 sa grade 10 math at science. Percentile rank na 86 o higit pa sa STEM subtest sa National Career Assessment Examination o NCAE. Kung walang NCAE, maaaring makipag-ugnayan sa paaralang nais ninyo hinggil sa mga requirements. Ang HUMS strand ay para sa mga estudyanteng nais kumuha ng mga kursong kaugnay ng social sciences at humanities tulad ng journalism, communication arts, liberal arts, education, sociology, psychology, at iba pa. Ang General Academic strand ay para sa mga mag-aaral na nais maging bukas sa mga options o electives mula sa iba't ibang tracks tulad ng academic, TVL, sports, at arts and design. Narito ang mga specialized subjects sa ilalim ng academic track. A. ABM strand. Applied Economics, Business Ethics and Social Responsibility. Fundamentals of Accountancy, Business and Management. Business Math. Business Finance. Organization and Management. Principles of Marketing. B. STEM strand. Pre-Calculus. Basic Calculus. General Biology. General Physics. General Chemistry. Earth Science. Disaster Readiness and Risk Reduction. C. HUMS strand. Creative Writing. Creative Nonfiction. Introduction to World Religions and Belief Systems. Community Engagement, Solidarity, and Citizenship. Philippine Politics and Governance. Trends, Networks, and Critical Thinking in the 21st Century. Disciplines and Ideas in the Social Sciences. Disciplines and Ideas in the Applied Social Sciences. D. General Academic strand. Humanities, Social Science, Applied Economics, Organization and Management, Disaster Readiness and Reduction, Electives. Maraming kurso ang maaaring pag-aralan ng mga nakatapos ng kahit anong strand sa academic track na kalaunan ay mapakikinabangan nila sa pagtatrabaho. Narito ang ilang halimbawa. Ang mga mag-aaral na nakapagtapos ng ABM strand ay maaaring pumili ng kurso sa kolehiyo na kaugnay sa trabaho ng isang accountant, bookkeeper, market analyst, entrepreneur, financial advisor, business agent, manager, product and service innovator, portfolio manager, advertiser, o bank teller. Ang mga mag-aaral na nakatapos ng STEM strand ay maaaring pumili ng kurso sa kolehiyo na kaugnay sa trabaho ng isang engineer, medical professional, professor, instructor o teacher, architect, product designer, scientist, veterinarian, dentist, chemist, physicist, pharmacist, graphic designer, at automobile designer. Ang mga mag-aaral na nakapagtapos ng HUMS strand ay maaaring pumili ng kurso sa kolehiyo na kaugnay sa trabaho ng isang teacher, instructor o professor, education specialist, guidance counselor, lawyer, writer o author, psychologist, social worker, public servant, journalist, film director, social entrepreneur o influencer. Ang mga mag-aaral na nakapagtapos ng GA Strand ay maaaring pumili ng kurso sa kolehiyo, subalit dapat isaalang-alang ang mga prerequisite subjects ng ninanais na kurso.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province, hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 at DZTC Radio Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw, naririto na naman tayo nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo kong mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. At ako nga pala ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo, at naririto akong muli upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating paksang aralin sa araw na to, ang tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang pangkapayapaang daigdig. At sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nasa ikabalong baitang at sa lahat ng mga magulang na patuloy na ginagabayan ng kanilang mga anak, kung meron kayong nais linawin o itanong tungkol sa ating talakayan sa araw na to, maaari kayong mag-text sa mga numerong naka-flash sa inyong screen. At ang aking numero ay 0921 25 225 24. Kaya, ano pang hinihintay nyo at text na. At paalaala sa lahat ng mga mag-aaral sa mga dapat ninyong gawin upang magkaroon ng maayos na pakikinig at panonood ng ating live broadcast dito lamang sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Narito ang mga dapat ninyong gawin. Una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel at ballpen na gagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. Ikatlo, iwasan ang paggawa ng ibang bagay at ituon ang sarili sa paksang ating tatalakayin. At yan ang mga bagay na dapat ninyong gawin. Alam kong kayang-kaya ninyong gawin ang lahat ng aking mga nabanggit. At bago tayo dumako sa ating panibagong talakayan sa araw na ito, balikan muna natin ang paksang tinalakay noong nakaraang linggo. Subukan ninyong balikan ang mga impormasyong ibinigay ukol sa pagtatalakay natin sa paksang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Natalakay noong nakaraang linggo ang mga sumusunod na paksa. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang tagumpay ng Allied Powers at mga naging bunga ng digmaan. At natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod. Mga sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pag-agaw ng Japan sa Manchuria. Pag-alis ng Germany sa Liga ng mga Bansa. pagsakop ng Italya sa Ethiopia, digmaang sibil sa Spain, pagsanib ng Austria at Germany, paglusob ng Alemanya sa Czechoslovakia, at paglusob ng Germany sa Poland. Inulit ko, yan ang mga natutunan ninyo tungkol sa mga naging sanhi ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Nalaman din ninyo ang mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At narito ang mga sumusunod. Mga mahalagang pangyayari sa pagwawakas ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Pagbagsak ng Sicily. Pagkapanalo sa Hilagang Africa. D-Day sa Normandy. At Victory in Japan Day. Ilan pa sa mga natutunan ninyo ay ang mga naging bunga ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. Ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ang itinuturing bilang pinakamagastos na digmaan sapagkat tinatayang umabot sa halos 2 trilyong dolyar ang kabuang halagang nagastos. Marami ang nasawi at maraming ari-arian ang nasira. Alam ko na naaalala pa ninyong lahat ang ating talakayan noong nakaraang linggo tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig. At kung sa nakaraang talakayan ay tinalakay natin ang tungkol sa ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ngayong araw ay isa na namang panibagong talakayan ang magaganap. Handa na ba kayo para sa isa na namang paksang aralin? Pero bago yan ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Bago natin tuklasin ang mga impormasyon tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig, narito ang aking panuto para sa gagawin nating laro. At bago dyan, ay matututunan ninyo ang Most Essential Learning Competency. Natataya ang pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig at kaunlaran. Ngayon ay sisimulan na natin ang ating paksang talakayan, ating bagong talakayan sa araw na ito. Bago tayo dumako sa pagtatalakay ng bagong aralin, ay magkakaroon muna tayo ng isang laro. Napakadali lamang ng larong ito at tiyak na kayo ay matutuwa. Handa na ba kayo? Ang tanging gagawin nyo lamang ay ayusin ang mga letrang gulo-gulo upang makabuo kayo ng isang panibagong salita. Ang lahat ng mabubuo ninyong mga salita ay makatutulong sa pag-uunawa natin o pag-uunawa ninyo sa bagong paksang aralin na tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Handa na ba kayo? Narito ang unang bilang. Ang tanging gagawin lamang ninyo ay ayusin ang mga gulugulong letra para makabuo ng isang panibagong salita. At kayo ay bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang bawat bilang. At sa lahat ng ating mga taga-subaybay ng remote live broadcast, maaari ninyong i-type ang inyong mga sagot sa comment box. At ang tamang sagot para sa unang bilang ay kapayapaan. Binabati ko ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, nakuha kaya ninyo ang tamang sagot? Muli, binabati ko ang lahat ng nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ang sagot ay nagkakaisa. Para sa ikatlong bilang, at ang tamang sagot para dito ay united. Ang susunod na bilang, ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay nations. Susunod na bilang, natin kung nakuha ninyo ang tamang sagot. Kaligtasan. Susunod na bilang. Tapos na ang 3 segundo at ang tamang sagot ay bansa. Para sa ika-7 bilang, handa na ba kayo? At ang tamang sagot para dito ay council. Para sa ika-8 bilang. At ang tamang sagot ay justice. Pangalawa sa pinakahuling bilang. Ano kaya ang mabubuong salita? At ang tamang sagot ay assembly. Para sa ikahuling bilang. At sa pagtatapos ng 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay security. Binabati ko ang lahat ng mga mag-aaral na nakakuha ng perfect score. At kayo ay magaling dahil kayo ay nakabuo ng mga salitang magpapaunawa sa ating paksang aralin. Ilan sa mga salitang nabuo ninyo ay kapayapaan, nagkakaisa, united, nations, kaligtasan, bansa, council, justice, assembly, at security. Ano nga ba ang kinalaman ng mga salitang ito sa ating panibagong aralin sa araw na ito? Atin nang sisimulan ang ating talakayan? At handa na ba kayong makinig? At magkaroon na naman ng panibagong kaalaman? At upang masundan ang ating talakayan tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Upang hindi na masundan pang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, humanap ng paraan ang mga bansa upang tuluyan ng makamit ang kapayapaan. Isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa nila ay ang pagtatatag ng United Nations. Isang malaking papel ang ginampanan ng Organisasyong United Nations sa pagkakamit ng tinatawag nating kapayapaang pandaigdig. Hindi pa natatapos ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ay naisip na ni Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng United States na muling magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa Liga ng mga Bansa. At 4 na buwan bago sumalakay ang mga Hapones sa Pearl Harbor, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at punong ministro Winston Churchill ng England ay bumalangkas ng deklarasyon. Ang Atlantic Charter na siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o tinatawag nating United Nations. Sa isang komperensya sa Moscow noong Oktubre 1943, ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union ay nagkasundo na pairalin at panatilihin ang kapayapaan sa sandaling matalo ang Axis. At sinundan ito ng deklarasyon ng 4 na bansa kasama ang China upang maitatag ang isang pangkahalatang samahang pandaigdig upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa mundo. At 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang Karta ng mga Bansang Nagkakaisa. Noong Oktubre 24 ng 1945 ay itinatag ang mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations o UN. Muling nagpulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga bansa sa London noong 1946 at nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Tandaan ang mga sumusunod na petsa na naging mahalaga sa pagbabalangkas ng United Nations. October 1943, nagkasunto ang United States, Great Britain at Soviet Union na pairalin at panatilihin ang pandaigdigang kapayapaan sa oras na matalo ang Axis powers. Pebrero 1943, nagkasundo ang Big Three na sina Pangulong Franklin Roosevelt ng US, Punong Ministro Winston Churchill ng Britain, at Premier Joseph Stalin ng Soviet Union na bumuo ng isang balangkas ng saligang batas para sa nagkakaisang mga bansa. Hunyo 26, 1945, nilagdaan ang charter para sa United Nations. October 24, 1945, isinilang ang Samahan ng mga Nagkakaisang Bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na United Nations. Binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Ang mga sangay na ito ay naitatag kasabay ng pagtatatag ng United Nations noong Oktubre 1945. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga naging sangay ng United Nations? Nariyan ang General Assembly, ang Security Council, ang Secretariat, ang Economic and Social Council, ang Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court Justice. Bago tayo matapos sa unang bahagi ng pagtatalakay ng ating paksang aralin, ay alamin natin ang naging hangarin ng samahang na itatag. Una ay upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at seguridad. Pangalawa, mapaunlad ang pagkakaibigan ng mga bansa batay sa pagkakapantay-pantay ng karapatan ng tao. Ikatlo, makamit ang pandaigdigang pagkikipagtulungan sa paglutas ng mga suliranin ng mga tao tulad ng suliraning pangkabuhayan, panlipunan at pantao. Ika-4, matulungan ang mga bansa sa mga paggawa at pagbuo ng mga kasunduang pangkapayapaan at pagkikipag-isa upang matamo ang mga nabanggit na layunin. Ang mga nabanggit na hangarin ng samahan ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. At mula sa mga tekstong aking ipinaliwanag, natutunan ninyo ang mga sumusunod na paksang aralin. Ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa, ang United Nations at layunin nito, 6 na sangay ng United Nations. Hangarin ng United Nations ayon sa Charter of the United Nations. At bago tayo dumako sa pagsasagot ng inyong gawain para sa araw na ito, isa-isahin nating muli ang lahat ng mga mahalagang impormasyon na aking tinalakay tungkol sa unang bahagi ng ating paksang aralin tungkol sa pagsisikap ng mga bansa na makamit ang kapayapaang pandaigdig. Heto na ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang tinalakay sa araw na ito. Una, isa sa mga hakbang na ginawa upang tuluyang makamit ang kapayapaan pagkatapos ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig ay ang pagtatatag ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations. Pangalawa, sina Pangulong Roosevelt at punong Ministro Winston Churchill ang bumalangkas ng deklarasyon at ito ay tinatawag na Atlantic Charter. Pangatlo, ang Atlantic Charter ang siyang saligan ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. 50 bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga bansang nagkakaisa. October 24, 1945, ang formal na pagsilang ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa o mas kilala sa tawag na UN or United Nations. Ika-6, binubuo ng 6 na pangunahing sangay ang United Nations. Nahalal na unang Sekretaryo General si Trygve Lie ng Sweden. Ang 6 na pangunahing sangay ng United Nations ay ang General Assembly, Security Council, Secretariat, Economic and Social Council, Trusteeship Council, at ang International Court of Justice. Ang magagandang hangarin ng samahan ng mga nagkakaisang bansa ay nasasaad sa Charter of the United Nations. Ayan ang mga dapat ninyong tandaan tungkol sa ating paksang aralin sa unang bahagi ng paksang pagsisikap ng mga bansa upang makamit ang kapayapaang pandidig. At ngayon ay handa ang inyong kwaderno at ballpen at ang inyong mga learning activity sheets para sa inyong gawain sa araw na ito. At para sa aking panuto, isulat ang inyong pangalan, antas at pangkat at petsa ngayong araw. Magsisimula na tayo. Kailangan lamang ninyong isa-isahin ang mga sagot sa aking katanungan. Handa na ba kayo? Mukhang kayo ay handang-handa na. Kung gayon, ay pakinggang mabuti ang aking mga tanong na babasahin at isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong learning activity sheets o sa gutang papel. Para sa ating gawain, basahin mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Inuulit ko, basahin mabuti ang bawat katanungan at isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Para sa unang bilang, ang tanong, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nakaisip na magtatag ng isang samahang pandaigdig na papalit sa liga ng mga bansa at ang mga pagpipilian ay ang mga sumusunod? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. Letter C. Trygve Lie. Letter D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At kaya bibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para masagot ang katanungang ito. At ang tamang sagot ay letter A, Pangulong Roosevelt. Binabati ko nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikalawang bilang, alin sa mga sumusunod na naging saliga ng 26 na bansa sa nilagdaang deklarasyon ng mga bansang nagkakaisa o United Nations? A. General Assembly. B. International Court of Justice. C. Security Council. Or letter D. Atlantic Charter. At sa pagkatapos ng 3 segundo, ang tamang sagot ay B. Atlantic Charter. Muli binabati ko ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Para sa ikatlong bilang, ilang bansa ang nagpulong sa California, United States upang balangkasin ang karta ng mga nagkakaisang bansa? A. 40. B. 50. C. 60. Letter D, 70. At ang tamang sagot ay letter B, 50. Dumako na tayo sa ika-4 na bilang para sa unang bahagi ng inyong gawain sa araw na ito. Kailan ay tatag ang United Nations? A. October 21, 1945. Letter B. October 22, 1945. Letter C. October 23, 1945. Or letter D. October 24, 1945. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D, October 24, 1945. At para sa ikalimang bilang, sino sa mga sumusunod ang nahalal na unang sekretaryo general ng United Nations? A. Pangulong Roosevelt. Letter B. Punong Ministro Winston Churchill. C. Trygve Lie. Or D. Premier Joseph Stalin. At ang tamang sagot ay letter D, Trygve Lie. At dyan nagtatapos ang unang bahagi ng inyong gawain at narito naman ay kalawang bahagi ng inyong pagsusulit sa araw na ito. Basahin ang mga sumusunod na pangungusap. Tukuyin kung ito ay tama o mali. Kung tama, isulat ang salitang tama. Kung ito naman ay mali, isulat ang salitang mali. At isulat ang salitang nagpapamali sa bawat pangungusap. Handa na ba kayo para sagutin ang ikalawang bahagi ng inyong gawain? Narito na. Una, ang United Nations ay naitatag dahil sa kagustuhan ng mga pinuno ng Allied Forces na mapanatili ang kapayapaan sa daigdig matapos ang digmaan. Muli kayo binibigyan ko ng 3 segundo para sagutin ang tanong na ito. At ang tamang sagot ay tama. Ang mga nakakuha ng tamang sagot, kayo binabati ko. Dumako tayo sa ikalawang pahayag. Sa pangunguna ni Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin at Vladimir Lenin na pirmahan ang Charter ng United Nations. At ang tamang sagot ay mali ang pangungusap. At ang nagpapamali ay ang Vladimir Lenin. Para sa ikatlong bilang, isa sa mga layunin ng United Nations ang mapaunlad ang relasyong pagkakaisa ng mga bansa sa pantay na karapatan. Ito kaya ay tama or mali at ano kaya nagpapamali sa pangungusap kung ito man ay mali? Pero ang sagot ay tama. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, ang Atlantic Charter ang naging saligan sa pagbubuo ng United Nations. At ang sagot muli ay tama. Susunod, 7 ang pangunahing sangay ng United Nations. Tignan natin kung tama ito at kung mali, ano kaya ang salitang nagpapamali. At ang sagot ay mali at ang salitang nagpapamali ay 7. At dyan nagtatapos ang inyong gawain para sa araw na ito. Nakakuha ba kayo ng mataas na score? Kung gayon, kayo ay binabati ko. At sa mga hindi naman nakakuha ng mataas na score, ay okay lamang yan. Dahil meron pa tayong susunod na gawain at pwede pa kayong makabawi. Isang bahagi ng ating leksyon ang natalakay na naman natin. At upang magkaroon kayo ng ideya sa susunod nating talakayan, basahin ninyo ang inyong Module 3 at pag-aralan ang tungkol sa mga tungkuling ginagampanan ng bawat sangay ng United Nations. Sana ay huwag ninyong kalimutan ang mahalagang aral na inyong natutunan mula sa ating leksyon sa araw na ito at patuloy nyo itong ibahagi sa iba. Inaasahan ko kayo na marami kayong natutunan sa araw na ito at muli akong inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunang Grade 8, Ginang Christy L. Castillo na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng kasaysayan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Isang magandang araw sa inyong lahat.
Alam niyo
niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Annalyn Monton Pangilinan, your teacher broadcaster in Cookery Grade 8, broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. Today is another day of learning with fun-filled activities. So join me as we discuss a new lesson. But before we begin, you know the drill. Bring out your modules in Cookery Grade 8 as well as your pen and a piece of paper so you may take down some notes to remember as we go along with our discussion. Are you ready? That's great! Let's begin! Join me this afternoon as we explore and expand our knowledge in cookery with the following objectives. Identify and describe the 6 common kitchen hazards. Number 2, discuss the ways how to minimize common kitchen hazards. And number 3, demonstrate understanding of the importance of knowing the 6 common kitchen hazards. Last time, we discussed the different types of hazards and their effects respectively. Do you still remember the 5 types of hazards? Okay, that is great. The 5 types of hazards are physical hazard, biological hazard, ergonomic hazard, chemical hazard, and psychological hazard. Now, which of the said hazard is related to stress, burnout, or fatigue? You are right! The type of hazard that is related to stress, burnout, and fatigue is the psychological hazard. How about the type of hazard that is dealing with animals, people, or infectious materials? Very well said! I shall conclude that you have remembered and understood our previous topic. The type of hazard that is pretty much related to animals, people, or infectious materials is a biological hazard. For today's discussion, we will identify the common kitchen hazards in the workplace as well as the things
we need to do or to minimize hazards in the workplace. So, our topic for today is controlling hazards and risks. Hazards in commercial kitchens are often related to the food preparation, equipment, manual handling, the way stock is stored, and the cleanliness of the working environment. Knowledge of these hazards may help us to reduce risk in our workplace. We have 6 common kitchen hazards, namely 1. Manual handling, 2. Slips, trips, and falls, 3. Improper storage, 4. Fire and electrical hazards, 5. Improper handling of kitchen equipment, and number 6. Food poisoning. Let us first talk about the manual handling. Carrying, lifting, pushing, and other manual handling maneuvers can, if not done safely, seriously harm the body's musculoskeletal system. The Health and Safety Executive reports that over 30% of food and drink industry injuries are mainly musculoskeletal injuries caused by manual handling. There are several hazardous manual handling tasks, and these are the following: lifting boxes and crates of food, pushing or pulling wheeled trucks such as trolleys, carrying pots or stacks of plates, moving equipment, handling containers of drinks including casks and kegs, unloading food and drink deliveries, cutting and deboning like meat and poultry, and reaching for items on shelves or in walk-in fridges. Take note of this: maneuvering awkward loads with contents that shift like casks and kegs is especially risky, as you usually have to adjust your grip on the move to minimize strain. Now, to minimize manual handling hazards, I will give you some tips that can help a lot. Here are they. Number 1. Keep the load close to your body, with the heaviest side facing yourself. Number 2. Get a good grip on the load and adopt a stable position. Know your limits. If a load is too strenuous, do not push yourself. Load should never exceed 25 kilos. And number 3, adopt a good posture. Keep your back straight and avoid twisting or leaning. Number 4, clear away obstacles or wet patches on the route beforehand. And lastly, make use of manual handling equipment such as trolleys and keg trucks. Be sure to follow their instructions for safe use. Always remember this, my dear students: if your job involves a great deal of lifting and carrying, your employer should provide you with manual handling training, which should fully cover proper techniques. The second common kitchen hazards are slips, trips, and falls. Be aware that kitchens often have numerous slips, trips, and falls created by human error. This means you and others need to focus closely on proper safety practices and housekeeping. Let us identify the different slip, trip, and fall hazards. Number 1. Floor contamination, such as spillages of water, sauces, oil, and flour. Number 2. Wet floors from cleaning. And number 3. Obstructions in walkways, including trailing cables, boxes, crates, bins, and cleaning equipment. Number 4. Uneven, worn down, or loose flooring. Number 5. Using a ladder to access high pantry shelves. Number 6. Standing in a truck to unload deliveries. And preventing floor contamination is critical as people are constantly moving around on their feet, sometimes while transporting hot food that will spill onto them if they fell. Now, here are some precautionary measures to minimize slip, trip, and fall hazards. Number 1. Carry out good housekeeping. Clean spillages and move obstructions out of walkways right away. Number 2. Take extra care while cleaning. Avoid leaving puddles behind and make sure the cleaning materials you're using are correct for the type of flooring in your kitchen. Dry mop when possible to eliminate slip risk altogether. Number 3. Keep cables out of the walkways. Use the nearest plug socket for appliances. Number 4. Report any issues with the flooring or work activities that are generating hazards when they shouldn't. For example, leaking equipment. Number 5. Use a ladder in accordance with safety instructions. Rest ladders on a firm, level surface and use them for up to 30 minutes. Do not lift more than 10 kilos up a ladder. Number 6. Avoid accessing heights with a suitable ladder. Chairs and shelves are unsafe to stand on. And lastly, carry out deliveries with a coworker. Working with someone minimizes the number of times you have to step on and back of a truck and put yourself at risk of falling. The third common kitchen hazard is improper storage. If not properly stored on shelves and fridges, objects could fall from height onto people, while food could become unsafe to use over time. There are some ways how to store it correctly. These are as follows. 1. Store heavy items on higher than waist height and don't overstock shelves. Number 2. Use a FIFO or first in, first out food storage system. Number 3. Use a step ladder. If you must access high shelves so you don't have to reach above your head, follow ladder safety rules. Number 4. Follow your food safety and hygiene training. Number 5. Know how to store food in the fridge safely. Ready to eat food on the top, raw meat, poultry, and fish on the bottom, while fruits and vegetables are in the bottom drawer. Keep food in containers for further separation and don't overload the fridge. And for the last one, check best before and use by dates from non-allergenic ones, and ensure the temperature of the fridge is between 0 to 5 degrees Celsius and the freezer is below 18 degrees Celsius. The fourth common kitchen hazard is fire and electrical hazards. Number 1. Keep an eye out of sources of ignition and fuel. Remove cardboard, boxes, packaging, and flour, like wet with cleaning to prevent creating a combustible cloud. Number 2. Take extreme care when working around the naked flames or electric stoves. Keep flammable materials away from sources of heat and remember to wear a suitable chef's jacket. Number 3. Check appliances and equipments, cables and plugs for signs of damage, such as fraying, dents, cracks, exposed wires, or burn marks. Also, listen out for any unusual sounds. Number 4. Clean up spilled chemicals immediately. Use non-flammable materials to do so. Number 5. Use electrical equipment and appliances only for their intended purpose. Follow all training provided to you. Number 6. Keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. 7. Never to attempt to repair electrical equipment by yourself if it appears faulty or has stopped working. Take it out of use and report it to your senior staff as soon as possible. And for the last one, turn off all electrical equipment, stoves, and ovens at the end of the workday and when cleaning. Now, we are down to the fifth common kitchen hazard, which is the improper handling of equipment or our kitchen equipment. Kitchen equipment can be a hazard and you have handled them with a lot of care. The knives are for cutting in the kitchen and you should use them with utmost care. What should we remember when handling knives? Here are some of the proper ways of handling kitchen knives. Number 1. Ensure that they are always kept sharp. A dull knife may be difficult to handle that can cause unwanted injury. Number 2. Keep the handles in good order and remove any grease that may be on them. Grease may cause slipping while handling knives, so be cautious at all times. Number 3. When washing the knives, keep the sharp side away from you. And when handling the technical kitchen equipment, such as the microwaves and blenders, make sure you read the manual and follow the manufacturer's safety measures on the manual. As always, prevention is better than cure. Observe proper handling of the kitchen equipment to avoid unnecessary accidents. Our last common kitchen hazard, we have the food poisoning. Certain research estimates that in a year, 48 million people get sick from foodborne diseases. Therefore, carrying food safety measures is a necessity in every home to promote your family's protection. We have 3 safety measures to avoid food poisoning or any foodborne diseases. Number 1, thoroughly cleaning hands, fruits and vegetables. Number 2, washing of utensils using a warm soapy water. Number 3, ensure that you cook food properly. Remember this, my dear students. Raw food is one of the causes of food poisoning. To make sure your food is well cooked, utilize a food thermometer to ensure that the temperature is high enough to kill germs when cooking. Now class, can you tell me what kind of kitchen hazards are they? Number 1, manual handling. And number 2, slips, trips, and falls. Number 3, improper storage. And number 4, fire and electrical hazards. Number 5, improper handling of kitchen equipment. And for the last one is the food poisoning. Okay class, again, those are the common kitchen hazards. I hope that you understand our lesson for today. Okay, so are you ready for some fun activity? That's great! But before we begin, I want you to bring out a piece of paper and a pen so that you may write your answer for every item. I assume that you have your materials with you. Let's begin! I will only read each statement twice. Write true if the statement is correct and false if otherwise. You have 5 seconds to answer, so listen very carefully. Question number 1. To minimize manual handling hazards, you should get a good grip of the load and adopt a stable position. Question number 1. To minimize manual handling hazards, you should get a good grip of the load and adopt a stable position. Question number 2. To store correctly, use a FIFO or first in, first out storage system. Question number 2. To store correctly, use a FIFO or first in, first out storage system. Number 3. When handling kitchen knives, it is okay not to sharpen them all the time. Again, question number 3. When handling kitchen knives, it is okay not to sharpen them all the time. Question number 4. To prevent food poisoning or other foodborne diseases, make sure that you cook food properly. Again, question number 4. To prevent food poisoning or other foodborne diseases, make sure that you cook food properly. Question number 5. In terms of minimizing fire and electrical hazards, you should keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. Question number 5. In terms of minimizing fire and electrical hazards, you should keep electrical appliances away from water and do not overload socket outlets. Okay, time's up! Let's check your answers! Here are the correct answers to your quiz. The answer for number 1 is Yes, it is true. Again, the answer for number 1 is yes, it is true. The answer for number 2 is yes, it is true. Again, the answer in number 2 is yes, it is true. While the answer in number 3 is no, it is false. Again, the answer in number 3 is no, it is false. The answer in number 4 is yes, it is true. Again, the answer in number 4 is yes, it is true. And the answer in number 5 is yes, it is true. How many correct answers did you get? That's great! I am very grateful that you have got most of the correct answers. As for the items that you didn't get correctly, you may always revisit our discussion on the Facebook page of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. To sum it up, the list of kitchen hazards and preventive measures is far from exhaustive, but they give you useful know-how for preventing the common dangers you might face in a commercial kitchen, and they increase your awareness. Your safety-conscious mindset will help you to spot all types of hazards while at work. As I have said, prevention is better than cure. And with that, our dear grade 8 students, those are the 6 common kitchen hazards. I hope that you learned a lot. Stay safe at home. Once again, I am Annalyn Monton Pangilinan, your teacher broadcaster in Cookery Grade 8, leaving you this message. In TLE, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
Your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Hello everyone, good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTZ, Radyo Filipino Tarlac. I am Ma'am Jelly S. Go, your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 8, broadcasting live from San Jose, Tarlac City. I just want to tell some general reminders before we start our discussion. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet in Grade 8 Arts for the 4th quarter to better understand our lesson for today. You can ask and answer the questions through the live chat. I hope everyone is ready. As we begin our lesson, I want you to open your learning activity sheet pre-assessment. The title is Picture Presentation. For our direction, observe and identify the title of each play. Are you ready? Again, you can write your answers in the chat box or in the learning activity sheet and send it to your Muppet teacher. Okay, let's start. Observe the picture. What is the title of this play? Very good. The title is Ibong Adarna. What about the second picture? Correct. The answer is Florante at Laura. Number 3. What is the title? Very good. The title is Miss Saigon. And for the last picture, what do you think the title? Correct. The answer is The Phantom of the Opera. Very good, everyone. Those pictures are examples of theatrical play. For our topic for today, we will discuss the relationship of the selected Asian festival and the festival in the Philippines in terms of form and reason for holding the celebration. I want you to observe again the picture. So this time, what did you notice, learners? Very good. That's the Peking Opera of China. Peking Opera or Beijing Opera, which combines music, vocal performance, pantomime, dance, and acrobatics. It started in the late 18th century and became fully developed and recognized by the mid-19th century. During the Qing Dynasty court, it became extremely popular and came to be regarded as one of the cultural treasures of China. Peking Opera, sometimes called Beijing Opera, is one of the several kinds of opera found throughout China. It was established around 1970 when regional opera groups gathered in Beijing to perform for the emperor's birthday. As a result, a new style developed that combined elements of earlier regional forms. In Peking Opera, they have visual performance elements and utilize four main skills. First one, song. Second, speech. Third, dance acting. This includes pure dance, pantomime, and all other type of dance. And last is combat. It includes both acrobatics and fighting with all manner of weaponry. Aesthetics, aims, and principles of movement. The highest aim of performers in Peking opera is to put beauty into every motion. Next is the art form. Gestures, settings, music, and character types are determined by long-held conventions. The last is conventions of movement. Walking in a large circle always symbolizes traveling a long distance. Character straightening his or her costume and headdress symbolizes that an important character is about to speak. Third, pantomimic opening and closing of doors and mounting and descending of stairs. Learners, I want you to observe again the picture. So what did you observe? Correct, that's the kabuki of Japan. Kabuki is a form of traditional Japanese drama with highly stylized song, mime, and dance, now performed only by male actors. Japanese originally a verb meaning act dissolutely, later interpreted as ka, it means song, bu, it means dance, and ki, it means art or skill. Kabuki theater is known for the stylization of its drama and for the elaborate makeup worn by some of its performers. Kabuki is therefore sometimes translated as the art of singing and dancing. Since the word kabuki is believed to derive from the verb kabubu, meaning to lean or to be out of ordinary, kabuki can be bizarre theater. The expression kabuki mono referred originally to those who were bizarrely dressed and paraded on a street. Kabuki is performed in full-day programs. Audiences escape from the day-to-day world, devoting a full day to entertainment. Though some individual plays, particularly the historical Jidai mono, might last an entire day, most were shorter and sequenced with other plays, in order to produce a full-day program. The purpose of kabuki is to entertain and to allow the actors to demonstrate their skills. Next, I want you to observe the picture. What did you notice? Okay, very good. That's the wayang kulit of Indonesia. Wayang refer to kinds of puppet theaters. Sometimes, the puppet itself is referred to as wayang. Performances of shadow puppet theaters are accompanied by a gamelan orchestra in Java and by gender wayang in Bali. Wayang kulit or shadow puppets are without a doubt the best known of the Indonesian wayang. Kulit means skin and refers to the leather construction of the puppets that are carefully shaped with very fine tools and supported with carefully shaped buffalo horn, handles, and control rods. Aside from entertainment, the wayang kulit is an extremely important vehicle of culture, serving as a carrier of myth, morality play, and form of religious experience rolled into one. It also educates as well as abuse by portraying good and evil, with good always triumphing, although evil is never destroyed. In Hindu thought, good and evil are necessary parts of the whole and must exist in equilibrium. Observe the picture. So this time, what did you notice, class? Very good. The Nang shadow puppets of Thailand. Shadow puppet, in Thai it means Nang, was one form of public entertainment in the south of Thailand. It is still very popular at village festivals, temple fairs, and celebrations such as marriages. Its characters are made from intricately cut out and articulated shapes of leather. They are delicately colored, but this does not show during a performance, as the puppets appear only in shadow against a white sheet with light shining through from behind. They are manipulated with rods that control movements of the arms and legs. The performance in Nang have a religious theme or have an episode from the Ramayana epic which contains dozens of individual stories. They may also be specially written to include up-to-the-minute reflections, songs, and poems about local events and matters of current interest in the district or country. Nang recites tales of the gods and contemporary people through stories of love, current events, and tradition. The shadow puppets used in the dang represent the norms and mores of Thai society. Themes commonly seen in Nang performances include family conflict, fantastic adventures of a wandering hero, star-crossed lovers, and romantic tales. Hermits teaching magic to their apprentices, and abandoned children seeking love or seeking lost loved ones. The Nang attempts to relate to the audience the importance of Thai values and ideologies in a changing world. However, the mystical and historical events remain fundamental in all performances. The association with karma, all actions have equal reactions, and the underlying message of rewards and punishment act as allegories for Buddhist morality and philosophy, and is usually performed during the country's dry season from February to August. There are hundreds of different characters, each with a distinctive shadow, but the show will almost always include a clown, funny old man, spotter, brain old woman, or rather stupid yokel, who are all great favorites with the fun-loving audiences. Next, observe the picture. So what did you notice this time? Very good. That's the Chinese New Year. So Chinese New Year is the longest and most important festivity in the Chinese calendar. The origin of Chinese New Year is itself centuries old and gained significance because of several myths and traditions. Chinese New Year is celebrated in countries and territories with significant Chinese populations. Chinese New Year's Eve, a day where Chinese families gather for their annual reunion dinner, is known as Shushi, or Eve of the Passing Year. People will pour out their money to buy presents, decoration, material, food, and clothing. Thoroughly cleanse the house in order to sweep away any ill fortune and to make way for good incoming luck. Another, windows and doors will be decorated with red-colored paper cuts and couplets with popular themes of good fortune or happiness, wealth, and longevity. On the eve of Chinese New Year, supper is a feast with families. Food will include such items as pigs, ducks, chicken, and sweet delicacies. The family will end the night with firecrackers. Next is the Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance is a form of traditional dance and performance in Chinese culture. The Dragon Dance is a highlight of Chinese New Year celebration held worldwide in Chinatowns around the world. The dragon symbolizes power, strength, and good luck. I hope you had fun in learning these topics. So I hope you are now ready for our assessment activity. Kindly turn your learning activity sheet to activity number 2. The title is Name Me. You can write the correct answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your Muppet teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. It is the Japanese traditional drama. Question number 2. Attempts to relate to the audience the importance of Thai values and ideologies in a changing world. Question number 3. It is the shadow puppet of Indonesia. Question number 4. The longest and most important festivity in the Chinese calendar. Question number 5. This opera is sometimes called Beijing Opera. Now, let's check your answer. For number 1, the answer is Kabuki. For number 2, the answer is Nang. For number 3, the answer is Wayang Kulit. For number 4, the answer is Chinese New Year. And for number 5, the answer or the correct answer is Peking Opera. Congratulations, you did great in your assessment. So let us now proceed to Philippine Festival. Philippines owns many festivals that have been celebrated throughout the year. Asking for the best, well, it is so hard to pick one. There are 2 types of festivals in Philippines. First is religious festival, being celebrated as thanksgiving to God as we give honor to a particular patron saint. The second one is non-religious festivals. These festivals focus on the cultural and heritage aspects of the country. It also promotes tourism and livelihood. There are some well-known festivals here in our country. In Pampanga, they celebrate the festival Giant Lantern. It is held during Christmas Eve in San Fernando, Pampanga, staging the beautiful display of giant lanterns handcrafted by locals and made to light up to the tune of lively music and fireworks. In Bulacan, they celebrated the festival Obando Fertility Rite. It's a dance ritual and Catholic festival celebrated every May in Obando, Bulacan. Locals and pilgrims dress in traditional costumes and perform fertility dance in the streets to honor their three patron saints, San Pascual, Santa Clara, and Our Lady of Salambao. Throughout the 3 days, devotees joyously dance in the streets as a form of prayer, asking for the spirit of life to enter into the wombs of women. While in Bataan, they celebrated the Banga Festival. It's a week-long event celebrated in the city of Balanga City. It is said that the name Balanga came from the word banga, the Tagalog term for pot used in cooking. The festival is celebrated alongside the Feast of Saint Joseph in April 28. The Banga Festival is celebrated to remind the Balangueños of their humble beginnings. While in Nueva Ecija, they celebrated the Taong Putik Festival. Taong Putik Festival is not just a merrymaking celebration. It is a religious ritual called Pag-asa or Pagsa sa San Juan, held every 24th day of June in the town of Aliaga, Nueva Ecija. It is celebrated to honor the patron saint, Saint John the Baptist. Panagbanga Festival is a month-long annual flower occasion in Baguio City. The term is of Kantanaye, origin meaning season of monkey. The festival held in February was created as a tribute to the city's flowers and as a way to rise up from the devastation of the 1990 Luzon earthquake. The festival includes floats that are covered mostly with flowers. The festival also includes street dancing, presented by dancers clad in flower-inspired costumes that is inspired by the Benjan and Ibaloy dance of celebration that came from the Cordilleras. The Ati-Atian Festival is a Philippine festival held annually in January in honor of the Santo Niño, Holy Child or Infant Jesus, in several towns of the province of Aklan, Panay Island. The festival consists of religious processions and street parades, showcasing team floats, dancing group wearing colorful costumes, marching bands, and people sporting face and body paints. Here in our province, Tarlac, we celebrated the Tarlak Festival. The Tarlak Festival takes its name from a variety of grass that is native to the Luzon area. The plant is celebrated with sumptuous pageantry that's characterized by school children dressed in grass-inspired costumes, who dance to the beat of traditional music. The Raikik Festival falls on the same day. That's the end of our discussion. Let us now summarize the lesson. Asian theaters and festivals are Peking Opera and Chinese New Year in China, Kabuki of Japan, Wayang Kulit of Indonesia, and Nang of Thailand. The two types of festivals are religious and non-religious festival. Examples of festivals in the Philippines are Giant Lantern Festival of Pampanga, Obando Fertility Rite of Bulacan, Banga Festival of Bataan, Taong Putik Festival of Nueva Ecija, Panagbanga Festival of Baguio, Ati-Atian Festival of Aklan, and Tarlak Festival of Tarlac. I hope you had fun in learning these topics. You are now ready for our next assessment activity. Again, you can write the correct answer on the chat box or on a clean sheet of paper and send it to your MAPE teacher. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. For question number 1, this festival celebrated every May in Obando, Bulacan. Locals and pilgrims dress in traditional costumes and perform fertility dance in the streets to honor their three patron saints, San Pascual, Santa Clara, and Our Lady of Salambao. A. Banga Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Obando Fertility Rite. Or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Question number 2. This festival was created to give tribute to the city's flowers and as a way to rise up from the devastation of the 1990 Luzon earthquake. A. Tarlac Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Panagbenga Festival. Or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Question number 3. This festival, held annually in January in honor of the Santo Niño or Holy Child or Infant Jesus, in several towns of the province of Aklan, Panay Island. A. Tarlac Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Panagbanga Festival. Or letter D. Ati-Atihan Festival. Question number 4. This festival, staging the beautiful display of giant lanterns handcrafted by locals and made to light up to the tune of lively music and fireworks. A. Tarlac Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Panagbanga Festival. Or letter D. Ati-Atihan Festival. Question number 5. This festival is celebrated to remind the Balangueños of their humble beginnings. A. Banga Festival. B. Giant Lantern Festival. C. Obando Fertility Rite. Or letter D. Taong Putik Festival. Okay, so time's up. Let's now check your answers. For number 1, the answer is letter C. Obando Fertility Rite. For number 2, the answer is letter C. Panagbanga Festival. For number 3, the answer is letter D. Ati-Atian Festival. For number 4, the answer is letter B. Giant Lantern Festival. And for number 5, the correct answer is letter A. Banga Festival. Congratulations to everyone. You did great in your assessment. Let us now proceed to your performance. So for our performance, the title is Emotion Orchestra. For the direction, actually this activity is ideal for a group of 8 to 10 students. One student, perhaps the drama instructor or group leader, serve as the orchestra conductor. The rest of the performers should stand in rows as though they were musicians in an orchestra. However, instead of having a string section or a brass section, the conductor will create emotion sections. Each section will create facial expressions, sounds, and simple movements that are well presented in their respective emotion. The conductor will guide the group, especially in changing emotions. Performers must make certain that they pay attention to the conductor. The group can also use instruments. For the rubric of the performance, the criteria are cooperation, presentation, creativity, and behavior. So let's all watch the sample video. That's all for today, and if you have questions or clarifications about our lesson, you can send your questions through my messenger or to your MAPE teacher. And don't forget to send your emotion orchestra video. I hope you learned and enjoyed our lesson. I am Teacher Jenny saying, art is not for aesthetic purposes only. Art can be a way to show your emotions and thoughts in life. Until next time, and keep safe everyone.
Bahagi mo Radyo Pilipino saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino sumasahimpapawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santos, DXOC 1494 Ozamis, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiopilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga, kasama katuwang kapinoy. Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTC 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTC 828, Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, channel 26, and via Facebook Live, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Aloha, grade 9! This is your language detective, Ma'am Mira. Together, let's investigate the universal language and see the world in a different perspective. This afternoon, you will be my co-detectives. So, get ready as we explore our fourth quarter Most Essential Learning Competency. Relay, value judgment on critical issues that demand sound analysis and call for prompt actions. Join me in targeting the following objectives. First, identify the parts and features of a reaction paper. Second, let's distinguish the sub-processes in writing an effective reaction paper. And lastly, we intend to write a reaction paper based on the given prompt. Stay tuned and be alert in gathering helpful clues for this case. In the last episode in English 9, you had an interesting discussion with Sir Jeremiah regarding summary language. Do you still remember the considerations in writing summary? Let's see. Join me in a simple recap through Activity 1 entitled You Complete Me. Supply the missing words in the following considerations in writing a summary. Here are your choices. First, supporting points, main idea, introductory sentence, original text, plagiarism, grammatical mistakes. Number 1. A summary should be 1/3 of the blank. If your answer is original text, you are correct. Next, start the summary with the blank that states the text title, author, main idea, or the subject. High five if your answer is introductory sentence. Number 3. The blank is the central or most important idea in a paragraph or passage. Excellent if your choice is main idea. Number 4. Write down the blank for the main topic, but do not include minor detail. Yes, you got it right. This pertains to the supporting points. Last number. To avoid blank, it is essential to properly paraphrase the author's ideas. Do not copy and paste parts of the article. not even just a sentence or two? The answer is plagiarism. Wow! For those who got 5 out of 5. If you got less than 3, well, you can watch again the video lesson on TarlakHenyo page. At this point, I'm sure you are now ready for our lesson. Make sure to jot down notes as you listen in our discussion. For today, we will explore the common academic task, not just in the English subject, but in all learning areas. You may have already encountered being asked by your teacher to read a book, or an article, or watch a TV show, or a film, and to write a paper regarding your response or reaction to that material. This is what we call reaction paper, also called as review, critic, or response paper. It is a popular task for learners like you because it requires thoughtful reading, research, and writing. It will require you to analyze a prompt, then develop a commentary related to it. The prompt can be a reading material, including stories, essays, and poem, or a form of media as either pictures, songs, movies, or video clips. The sub-processes in writing an effective reaction paper are these 3 stages. We have pre, free, and write. In the pre-writing stage, we need to accomplish the following tasks. Plan the content of your paper by making a draft. Read the material thoroughly. Research and analyze the given data, information, and/or opinions. And evaluate your stand and point of view about the given prompt. Let's proceed to free writing stage. Free write your reactions and evaluations of the author's ideas. Ready your gathered quotations and evidence that will support your thesis. Explain the greater implications of the text for the class, author, audience, or yourself. And lastly, eliminate unnecessary parts of your draft. Examine the criteria in rating your output. After accomplishing the stages for preparation and practice, we can now start the actual writing stage. Write your intro, body, and conclusion. Restate the words from the original text by paraphrasing, which means to express the meaning of the writer or speaker using different words, especially to achieve greater clarity. Improve by including the 5 C's of good writing: clarity, conciseness, coherence, correctness, and courtesy in your writing style. Transcribe the parts from the material. You may also use quotations in the summary, but do not rely on them too much. Use them only to emphasize your ideas. Don't forget to properly cite your references. Edit or proofread your paper for errors in grammar, mechanics, punctuation, word use, and spelling. In writing a response or reaction paper, you are expected to do 2 things. Summarize the material and detail your reaction to it. A reaction paper consists of the same parts as argumentative text. Do you remember the IBC? Yes, that stands for Intro, Body, and Conclusion. But this time, remember the following content of IBC. In writing the reaction paper, intro is for the summary of the work. Body, your reaction. Conclusion, it's your finale. In summarizing the work, do the following. First, identify the author and the title of the work, including, in the parentheses, the publisher and publication date. For magazine, give the date of publication. Write an informative summary of the material. Keep the summary objective and factual. Do not include the first paragraph, the paper of your personal reaction to the work. Your subjective impression will form as the basis for your second part. At the end of the introduction, you should write your thesis statement. This is the idea for which you created in the article. The thesis statement consists of 1 to 2 sentences. Now, for the meatiest part, let's consider the following. Start each body paragraph with a topic sentence, and then develop your thoughts further. This will remind the reader what your article is about, if he is thinking about something else. Select sources, quotes, real-life examples, and divide these arguments into 3 paragraphs. If you are using quotes from the original text, be careful to make sure that the phrases are accurately rephrased. Otherwise, you will be accused of plagiarism. To be specific, what are the things you need to put in your body? You can answer the following questions. First, how is the work related to problems in our present-day world? Communicate with your teacher to see if he or she wants to emphasize specific points. Number 2, how is the material related to your life, experiences, feelings, and ideas? For instance, what emotions did the work arouse in you? 3, did the work increase your understanding of a particular issue? Did it change your perspective in any way? You should also indicate here whether you would recommend the work to others and why. Here is the simple body structure: key idea, evidence, analysis, and transition. A conclusion is the last paragraph of your paper. In here, you can reformulate the thesis and remind the reader what you were trying to prove or disprove. Then, point in the evidence which you managed to collect. Do not write new information in the conclusion, as your conclusion will look incomplete. Advise the reader whether to pay attention to your subject that you were evaluating. Share what kind of aftertaste you have gained. Also, you can ask a rhetorical question at the end that will make the reader ponder over your words. Let's see if you have gained clues on how to write a reaction paper. In Activity 2 entitled Just Do It, write. Analyze the following statements and write do if it states a principle in writing a reaction paper. Otherwise, write don't. Let's start. Number 1. Before writing, read or watch the material thoroughly to understand the main point and context of the author or the speaker. The answer is do. Number 2. Summarize the text elaborately instead of analyzing the material presented. the answer is don't. Remember, summary is only for introduction, while in the body, it is important to give your analysis. 3. Draft an outline of ideas first before writing your reaction paper. Correct! We need to do a draft of your outline. 4. Include the title of the text or video in your introduction, together with its author or speaker, to start the focus of your paper. Yes, this is a must-do. 5. Mix variety of ideas and opinions in a single paragraph. Don't mix your ideas. Be coherent. Remember, use transitional words. 6. Support your explanation with examples and citations. Yes, do this. 7. Copy the exact words from the author or the speaker. Oh no! Don't copy the exact words. Always paraphrase and summarize. Next, use evidence that will support the stand of the speaker or author and disregard your arguments and opinions. Oops! Don't forget that your stand is important. Give your reactions. 9. Write a long and detailed reaction paper for at least 10 pages. Don't write too long. Be concise. 10. Proofread your reaction paper several times to check and notice language mistakes and content errors. Do this because the lesser the mistakes, the higher the grade. Now let's move on to Activity 3 entitled, Which Part Am I? Classify the following paragraphs of a reaction paper. Write I for intro, B for body, and C for conclusion. Number 1. Chris Columbus is precisely the director who truly believes in it and shoots on this principle. None of the films I watched disappointed me. Harry Potter is one of his best works. Number 2. J.K. Rowling has written a perfect piece for children of all ages, taking a particular focus on adolescents. The franchise is ranked number 1 on the most profitable film series with $7.7 billion in worldwide profit. Harry Potter is a living confirmation of the idea that success of a film does not depend in the director's fame, but on the attitude to the case to what he creates. 3. Columbus treated the book with due diligence and adequately transferred the images of all main characters and antagonists to the screen. Based on the book, he made a perfect film for the whole family to watch. 4. Harry Potter dragged us for a whole decade, and it will be reviewed by more than one generation of children many times because they believed and found a hero for their entire childhood. I recommend that you familiarize yourself with the book and the movie to get an incredible pleasure. Number 5. Besides, he supplemented the movie with good music. The soundtrack is almost everything for the film. The impression is made not only by the look and background, but also by the music. The sound effects in Harry Potter are perfectly combined. Let's check your answers. Number 1, B. 2, I. 3, B. 4 is C. And last number, that's B. Good job, everyone! For our activity 4, lights, camera, action! Listen thoroughly and analyze the text that I will read. Afterwards, write a reaction paper. You will present your output by making an advocacy video with a voiceover of your composition. Are you ready? Let's begin. In the 1940s, psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark designed and conducted a series of experiments known colloquially as the doll tests to study the psychological effects of segregation on African American children. Drs. Clark used 4 dolls, identical except for color, to test children's racial perceptions. Their subjects, children between ages of 3 to 7, were asked to identify both the race of the dolls and which color they prefer. A majority of the children preferred the white doll and assigned positive characteristics to it. The Clarks concluded that prejudice, discrimination, and segregation created a feeling of inferiority among African American children, and it damaged their self-esteem. The doll test was only one part of Dr. Clark's testimony in Brown versus Ford. It did not constitute the largest portion of his analysis and expert report. His conclusions during his testimony were based on a comprehensive analysis of this most cutting-edge psychology scholarship of the period. You may also watch the video Doll Test: The Effects of Racism on Children by fanpage.it. Remember to target the presented criteria in evaluating your work. Contact your subject teachers regarding the submission of your advocacy video. If you feel that you would like to watch this video lesson again, please do so. If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask your English teachers. They are more willing to assist you. Before we end this session, allow me to share this quotation from Charles R. Swindoll. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. This has been a fun learning experience. I am grateful that I have you today. This is Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Once again, this is Ma'am Mira of Cristo Rey High School, your English 9 teacher broadcaster. Leaving you with this, let's see the world in a beautiful perspective. Stay safe and may God bless us all.
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Mahalagang tandaan na hindi lahat ng paaralan ay kumpleto ng lahat ng tracks at strands. Kailangang suriing mabuti ng mga magulang at mag-aaral kung anong track o strand ang mayroon sa kanilang lugar na naaayon sa iba't ibang konsiderasyon gaya ng hilig, interes, kakayahan ng mag-aaral at marami pang iba. Makipag-ugnayan sa pinakamalapit na senior high school sa inyong lugar upang malaman ang kanilang ino-offer na tracks at strands. Upang matulungan ng mga mag-aaral na maunawaan ang pagpaplano sa kanilang hinaharap, ang Department of Education ay naglunsad ng Homeroom Guidance, kung saan nakapaloob ang Career Development Domain. Tumutulong itong mahubog ang mga mahalagang kaalaman, kasanayan, pag-uugali at pagbubuo ng mga plano at desisyon para sa kanilang buhay. Kung kayo ay may mga katanungan o paglilinaw tungkol sa senior high school tracks and strands, maaari kayong makipag-ugnayan sa inyong career guidance advocate o guidance counselor. Hangad namin ang inyong tagumpay!
Travel to Herona and see how big North Shine has grown.
Doon ho sa bayan ho namin, nakilala ho kami dahil sa North Shine. Nakita man yun, dati ho, parol capital ho kami dati ng Tarlac.
Alam niyo ba na ang kinikilalang Guinness Book of World Records holder bilang pinakamaliit na commercially harvested fish ay isang sinarapan? Ito ay matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas, sa Lake Buhi sa Bicol River. Isa itong uri ng goby na may transparent na katawan na may sukat na 12.5 mm. Alam mo na, yan ang sinarapan.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Borok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas? Dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province at sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable Channel 100 at DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo mga ginigilo ko mag-aral sa ika-9 na baitang? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masithing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral sa himpapawid upang matuto sa kabila ng hamon ng pagkakataon ang COVID-19 pandemic. Ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9, Ginang Marites D. Bumanlag, broadcasting live mula dito sa Capas National High School. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang nilalaman ng ating aralin na may kinalaman sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Tayo pa din ay napapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26, Converge Cable Channel 100 at sabayang napapakinggan sa himpilan ng DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Tayo din ay live ngayon sa FB page ng RTV Channel 26 at sa kanilang YouTube channel. Bago pa man tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan, ay narito ang iilang mga paalala. Siguraduhin ninyong nasa isang lugar kayo ngayon na komportable at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating remote live broadcast. Matanong ko lang, nagmerienda na ba kayo? Mabuti naman, dahil nararapat lamang na may laman ang iyong tiyan upang mas maging alerto ang inyong pag-iisip at maayos na maunawaan ang ating aralin sa araw na to. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong mga modules sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ika-4 na linggo at ika-4 na markahan. Ang Module 4 ay may pamagat na suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ihanda na rin natin ang inyong mga ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ninyo ang mga mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking nabanggit. Ang ating paksang aralin ay patungkol sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating paksa ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating naging aralin noong nakaraang episode. Natatandaan pa ba ninyo? Mahusay! Una, ang agrikultura ay pangunahing pinagkukunan ng pagkain. Pangalawa, pinagkukunan ng material para makabuo ng bagong produkto. Pangatlo, pinagkukunan ng kitang panlabas. Pang-apat, pangunahing nagbibigay ng trabaho sa mga Pilipino. At panglima, pinagkukunan ng sobrang manggagawa mula sa sektor agrikultural patungo sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Sa pangkalahatan, pinapakita nito na ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isang mahalagang tagapagtaguyod ng ekonomiya ng bansa, katuwang ng pamahalaan sa pagpapalakas at pagtugon sa mga pangunahing pangailangan ng mamamayan, mula sa pagkain hanggang sa mga sangkap sa produksyon. At ngayon, sa palagay ko ay handa na ang ating bagong paksa para sa araw na to. Inaasahan din natin na pagkatapos ng aralin nito ay inyong masusuri ang mga dahilan at epekto ng suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura, pangingisda at panggugubat. Ito ay nakaangkla sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency at may code na AP9 MSP-4D-7. Sa lahat po ng mga magulang at mag-aaral sa ikasyam na baitang na nanonood at nakikinig sa ating broadcast, kung kayo po ay may katanungan o nais linawin ukol sa ating paksa ngayong araw, maaari kayo magbigay ng inyong mga mensahe sa ating messenger. I-type lamang po ang facebook.com/marites.bumanlag at maaari din kayong tumawag o mag-text sa numerong 0968-4644-215. Uulitin ko po, ang numerong maaari niyong tawagan ay 0968-4644-215. Sa putong ito, tayo ay magsisimula na. Ihanda ang malinis na papel at ballpen para sa ating panimulang pagtataya. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Susubukan lang natin sa pagsusulit nito kung gaano na karami ang inyong kaalaman sa ikaapat na ito upang gaano na karami yung sa ikaapat na markahan. Handa na ba kayo? Kung lahat ay handa na, atin nang simulan ang panimulang pagtataya. Para sa panuto, isulat ang titik ng tamang sagot. Para sa ating unang bilang, isang pangunahing suliraning kinakaharap ng sektor ng agrikultura ay ang pagkabulok o madaling pagkasira ng kanilang mga ani o produktong agrikultura. Bakit nangyayari ito? Letter A, kawalan ng mga mamimili sa pamilihan. Letter B, likas sa mga Pilipino ang pagiging tamad. Letter C, hindi marunong mag-imbak ang mga magsasaka. At letter D, kawalan ng maayos na daan patungo sa pamilihan. Kung ang inyong sagot ay titikta, tama. Para sa pangalawang bilang, maraming mga magsasaka ang huminto na lamang sa pagsasaka at kalaunan ay pinagbili ang kanilang mga lupang pansakahan upang maging bahagi ng subdivision. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi kabilang na naging dahilan ng mga magsasaka? Letter A, climate change. Letter B, pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Letter C, pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO. At letter D, nahihirapang tapatan ang presyo ng mga murang produkto ng ibang bansa. Kung ang inyong sagot ay A, binabati ko kayo. Pangatlo, ano ang kailangang gawin upang matugunan ang suliranin sa pagliit ng lupang sa pansakahan? Pinamimigay ng mga magsasaka ang ilang bahagi ng kagubatan. Letter B, pagbibigay ng suporta sa mga magsasaka na may lupang sakahan. Letter C, pagbuo ng isang polisiya na nagbabawal sa pagbebenta ng mga lupa. At letter B, kinakailangang mapalakas ang pagiging produktibo ng mga natitirang lupa. Ang tamang sagot kung ang sinagot nyo ay letter B, tama. At para sa ating panglimang bilang, mabilis na nauubos ang likas na yaman dahil sa pangangailangan sa mga hilaw na sangkap sa produksyon. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang hindi nagpapakita ng maraming maaaring maging bunga nito? Letter A, pagkawala ng kagubatan. Letter B, nagdudulot ng pagguho ng lupa. Letter C, pag-unlad ng ekonomiya ng bansa dahil sa mataas na produksyon. At letter D, nawawalan ng tirahan ng mga hayop dahil hindi sila nakapagpaparami. Kung ang iyong sagot ay letter C, binabati kita. Ilan ang nakuha mong tamang sagot? 5, 4, 3. Huwag ka mag-alala. Dahil sa araw nito, pag-aaralan natin ang iba't ibang uri o suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Halina't simulan natin ang ating aralin sa suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Ang sektor ng agrikultura ay isang mahalagang tagapagtaguyod ng ekonomiya ng bansa. Katuwang ito ng pamahalaan sa pagpapalakas at pagtugon sa mga pangunahing pangailangan ng mamamayan mula sa pagkain hanggang sa mga sangkap ng produksyon. Ang kasiguraduang sapat, ang kalakasang pisikal at kasaganaan sa bawat tahanan ay maaaring may positibong epekto sa isang bansa. Samantala, kung hihigit sa pangailangan ng bayan ang magagawa, maaari itong maging mga produkto na ikakalakal sa labas ng bansa. Sa gayon, ang sektor ay magiging isang matibay na sandigan ng bayan upang makamit ang inaasam at kaunlaran. Ang bansang Pilipinas ay isang bansang agrikultural. Ang pangunaisa sa pangunahing kinabubuhay ng bansa ay nagmumula sa sektor ng agrikultura. Lubhang napakahalaga nito sa pag-aambag sa ating pambansang kaunlaran. Ngunit hindi na may papagkaila na mayroong kaakibat na suliraning kinakaharap ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda sa ating bansa. Malaki ang kontribusyon ng agrikultura sa ating pambansang ekonomiya. Para sa taong 2018, ang 9.28% ng kabuuang kita ng ekonomiya ay nagmumula sa sektor na ito. Sa pangkalahatan, kung ating titignan ang talahanayan 1 sa inyong screen, makikita ang naging kontribusyon ng agrikultura sa kita ng bansa sa iba't ibang panahon. Gayunman, kapuna-puna mula rito ang mabagal na pag-unlad kung ikukumpara sa sektor ng industriya at paglilingkod. Sa pagsasaka, ating suriin ang ilan sa mga suliranin. Una ay ang pagliit ng lupang pansakahan. Ang patuloy na paglaki ng populasyon, paglawak ng panirahan, komersyo at industriya ay nagdudulot ng pagliit ng mga takdang lupain para sa pagsasaka. Dahil dito, kinakailangang mapalakas ang pagiging produktibo ng mga natitirang lupain sa agrikultura upang makagapay sa patuloy na paglobo ng populasyon ng bansa na nasa 108.8 million noong 2019 mula sa tadya ng Commission on Population. Kaakibat ng suliraning ito ang konversyon o pagpalit ng mga kagubatan at kabundukan upang maging pansakahan na magiging dahilan ng pagkasira ng natural na tahanan o natural habitat ng mga hayop at halaman. Ang ganitong sistema ay nakapagdudulot o higit pang mga suliranin kung hindi magkakaisa ang mamamayan at pamahalaan na mapabuti ang kalagayan ng ating kapaligiran. Ikalawa ay ang paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang kakayahang mapataas ang produksyon ng lupa ay higit na makakamit sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng teknolohiya. Ang makabagong kaalaman sa paggamit ng mga pataba, pamuksa ng peste at makabagong teknolohiya sa pagtatanim ay magiging kapaki-pakinabang lalo na sa hamon ng lumalaking populasyon. Ayon kay Sherito Habito, noong 2005, ang kakulangan ng pamahalaan ay nabumabalangkas ng isang polisiya na nagbibigay daan sa isang kapaligirang angkop sa pagpapalakas ng ating agrikultura sa antas ng teknolohiya sa sektor ng agrikultura ay nangangailangan ng agarang atensyon ng pamahalaan. Ikatlo naman ay ang kakulangan ng mga pasilidad at infrastruktura sa kabukiran. Isa rin sa mga dapat na mabigyan ng atensyon ay ang mga kakulangan sa mga infrastrukturang magagamit sa ating mga magsasaka. Ang Batas Republika 8435 Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997 ay naghahangad ng modernisasyon sa maraming aspeto ng sektor upang makasiguro ang pag-unlad nito. Inaasahang sa wastong pagpapatupad ay matutugunan ng ilang suliranin sa irigasyon, farm-to-market road at iba pa. Sa panahon ng panunungkulan ni Pangulong Rodolfo R. Duterte, ang pamahalaan ay nakapagsagawa ng mga kalsada at iba pang kaugnay na proyektong nagkakahalaga ng 909.7 bilyon. May halos 10,000 kilometro ang mga kalsada ang natapos at nakumpleto ng umupo siya bilang presidente simula Hunyo 2016. Ika-4 ay ang kakulangan ng suporta mula sa iba pang sektor. Ang pagtutulungan sa loob ng at labas ng sektor ay magtutulak upang higit na maging matatag ang agrikultura. Ayon sa Batas Republika 8435, ang pagtutulungan ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan ay binibigyan diin bilang suporta sa implementasyon ng modernisasyon sa agrikultura. Ang pagsusulong sa mga batas na ito ay isang pagkilala sa napakaraming pangangailangan maaaring hindi kayanin ng departamento ng mag-isa. Ang suliranin sa irigasyon, enerhiya, komunikasyon, impormasyon at edukasyon ay mga tungkulin na maibibigay ng mga ahensya. Ang mga paunahing responsibilidad ay tungkol sa mga nabanggit. Halimbawa, ang Land Bank of the Philippines ay partikular na makakatulong upang makapagpautang sa mga magsasaka, upang matugunan ang mga pangunahing pangailangan sa pagtatanim tulad ng gastusin sa abono, butil at iba pa. Isa pang nagiging suliranin ay ang pagbibigay prioridad sa sektor ng industriya. Isa sa mga nagpapahina ng kalagayan ng agrikultura ayon kina Habito at Briones ng 2005 ay naging prioridad ng pamahalaan ang pagbibigay ng proteksyon sa mga favored import sa pandaigdigang pamilihan. Ito ay nabanggit din sa website sa oxfordbusinessgroup.com. Ang kawalan at pagbibigay ng bigat sa industriya ang paghina sa agrikultura. Mas binibigyan ng pamahalaan ng maraming proteksyon ang mga nangangalaga ng industriya. Dahil dito, nawawalan ng mga manggagawa at mamumuhunan sa sektor ng agrikultura. Mas pipiliin pa nila ang pumunta sa industriya dahil sa mga insentibo rito na nagbunga sa pagbaba ng produksyon at kita sa agrikultura. Number 6, pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Isang malaking kompetisyon ang kasalukuyang hinaharap ng bansa dulot ng pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. Maraming magsasakang nahihirapang makipaglaban sa presyo ng mga murang produkto mula sa ibang bansa. Bunga ito ng pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO, kung saan madaling nakapasok ang mga produktong mula sa miyembro nito. Dahil dito, maraming magsasaka ang naapektuhan, huminto, at kalaunan ay pinagbili na lamang nila ang kanilang mga lupa upang maging bahagi ng subdivision. Ang pito ay ang climate change. Ang patuloy na epekto ng climate change ay lubhang nakaapekto sa bansa tulad ng pagdating ng bagyong Yolanda na may pambihirang lakas noong 2013. Milyon-milyong piso ang halaga ng mga nasirang kabuhayan at personal na mga gamit. Maaaring mabawasan ang epekto ng pagbabagong ito sa klima ng mundo kung magkakaisa ang mga bansang iwasan ang mga dahilan, pagpapadala at pagbabago ng klima sa mundo. Ngayon ay pag-usapan naman natin ang isa sa pinaka-pinag-uusapang naipasang batas noong 2019, ang Rice Tarification Law. Ano nga ba ang Rice Tarification Law? Republic Act or RA number 11203 or Rice Tarification Law passed last February 2019 aims to modernize the agricultural sector as a way of making the sector globally competitive. Under the law, it permits the entry of imported rice while imposing a tariff which varies depending on the volume of imported goods. At bilang karagdagang impormasyon, ukol sa usaping ito, ating siyasatin ang maraming epekto nito. Narito ang CP ng isang balita mula sa GMA News TV. Halina't ating basahin. Epekto ng Rice Tarification Law ng Pilipinas published September 10, 2019 at 3:45 p.m. Kung rice is life para sa mga Pinoy, mas lalo na raw para sa mga kababayan nating nagsasakang nagtatanim ng palay. Pero tila kung sino pa ang nagpapakahirap na magkaroon tayo ng maisasayang na bigas, ang nadedehado raw dahil sa Rice Tarification Law or RTL na pinirmahan ni Pangulong Duterte noong Pebrero. Yung pong sakit ng katawan namin, hindi namin nararamdaman dahil sanay na kami doon. Pero yung presyo ng palay, kung yung pong masyado naming iniinda na sobrang baba. Ani Ferdinand Santos, 25. 5 taon nang nagsasaka sa Bulacan. Kwento ni Ferdinand, mula 19 pesos hanggang 20 pesos na bentahan kada kilo ng palay noong 2018, bumagsak ito sa 9 hanggang 10 piso pagpasok ng Pebrero ngayong taon. Sa ilang lugar, dumaustos pa nga ng 7 piso kada kilo ang bentahan. Hinaing ni Ferdinand, kaming nauna na nagpursige na magtanim ng palay para may maihain sa sambayan ng Pilipino, kami pa yung naunang magdusa. Kaya dito, posible na raw na siya na ang huling magsasaka sa kanilang pamilya dahil mas gugustuhin pa ng kanyang anak na ibenta ang kanilang lupa. Ayon sa Department of Agriculture Undersecretary Rodolfo Becerra, sa patuloy na implementasyon ng batas, mararamdaman ng mga magsasaka ang ginhawa lalo na sa pag-roll out ng Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund o RCEF. Sa dulong daw ng 10 bilyong kada taon na budget ng RCEF, mabibigyan ng mga makinarya, binhi at mga pautang ang mga magsasaka. Pero ano ang kasiguraduhan ng maayos na implementasyon nito? Ayon kay Dr. Rosemary Tapik, Chairperson ng Department of Crops sa Central Luzon State University at isa ring rice farmer, minsan lang siyang nakatanggap ng tulong mula sa Department of Agriculture. Swerte raw siya na may isa pa siyang trabaho. Pero paano ang iba na mga magsasaka na wala ng ibang inaasahan? Number 1, gutom nga ba ang abot ng mga magsasaka dahil sa rice tarification? Pangalawa, sapat ba ang 35% ng taripa para sa imported na bigas para maproteksyonan ang mga magsasakang Pilipino? Number 3, may kinabukasan pa ba ang pagtatanim ng palay sa Pilipinas? Yan ay ilan lamang sa katanungang maaari niyong sagutin ukol sa Rice Tarification Law. At syempre, isumiti po ninyo sa inyong mga guro sa Araling Panlipunan 9. Naway matanggap ng bawat magsasakang Pilipino ang kanilang mga benepisyo na itinakda ng batas upang higit pa nilang mapaunlad ang kanilang lupang sinasaka. Nawa, ang susunod na henerasyon ay mananatiling maalab ang pagmamahal sa sektor ng agrikultura. Dito na muna nagtatapos ang ating talakayan patungkol sa mga suliranin sa sektor ng agrikultura. Pero para makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda na ninyo ang inyong mga ballpen at sagutang papel. Piliin ang tamang titik at itala ito sa sagutang papel. Ulitin ko po, piliin ang titik ng pinakatamang sagot at itala ito sa inyong sagutang papel. Para sa unang bilang, sina Mang Pedring, Mang Tomas at Mang Ador ay ilan lamang sa mga magsasaka nagbenta ng kanilang lupang pansakahan na naging bahagi ng subdivision. Alin sa mga sumusunod na hindi kabilang na naging dahilan nila sa pagkawala ng kanilang interes sa pagsasaka? A. Climate change. B. Pagdagsa ng mga dayuhang kalakal. C. Pagpasok ng pamahalaan sa World Trade Organization or WTO. At letter D. Nahihirapang makipaglaban sa presyo ng produkto ng mga ibang bansa. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter A, tama ka. Pagka sa ating pangalawang bilang, ang Batas Republika bilang 8435 ay maaaring tumugon sa A. Suliranin sa climate change. B. lumalaking populasyon ng bansa. C. Kakulangan sa infrastruktura at pasilidad sa kabukiran. At letter D. Suliranin sa irigasyon, enerhiya, komunikasyon at edukasyon. Ang tamang po ang sagot ninyo ay letter C. Binabati kita. Number 3. Ang pagbibigay ng bigat sa industriya ang nagpapahina sa agrikultura. Isa itong suliranin ng sektor ng agrikultura na nangangahulugang ng A. Kahinaan ng sektor ng agrikultura, B. Kawalan ng pag-asa sa sektor ng agrikultura, C. Pagbibigay prioridad sa pamahalaan sa sektor ng industriya, at letter D. Paghina ng agrikultura dahil walang proteksyon mula sa pamahalaan. Kung ang inyong sagot ay letter C, binabati kita. Okay, lubos ang aking pagbati sa inyo dahil confident ako na nakuha kayo ng perfect score. So, palakpakan naman natin ang inyong mga sarili. Sa ating susunod na talakayan, ang ating aalamin ang suliranin sa agrikultura, partikular sa panggugubat o kagubatan at mga batas sa sektor ng agrikultura. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na to. Mula, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Mrs. Marites Di Bumanlag na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli!
One FM. This is your one.
My only one. One lang yan.
The only one. One FM. 96.1 Tarlac, 98.3 Lucena, 88.3 Legazpi, 96.1 Surigao, 95.9 Butuan, 92.1 Mindoro, 96.7 Tacloban, 99.3 Baler, 95.1 Puerto Princesa, Palawan. This is your one. Your only one. Your only one. One FM. One FM. Your only one FM. One FM. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May namiss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on Air.
Ang ASEAN New Zealand Afforestation Project o ANZAP ay sumusunod at umaayon sa isa sa 5 haligi ng Provincial Government of Tarlac, kalikasan muna. Although Tarlac is landlocked, the province is teeming with natural resources and beauty, and we TarlakHenyos are the stewards of this bounty.
niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam nyo na, yan ang whale shark!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
Here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC.
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Good afternoon, learners! Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, simulcast over DZTZ Radio Filipino Tarlac. I'm Joy Lomboy Lacson, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care Grade 9, who will be with you in your exciting moment of today's lesson. Broadcasting live here at Capas National High School, Dolores, Capas, Tarlac. If you have questions and suggestions, or if you have something to share about our beauty care session for today, please text 0968-464-4293. You may also watch and learn via Facebook live stream. Please drop your questions in the comment section. If you may, please also tell which school you are from and your section. Example, CNHS Grade 9 Potassium. Remember to keep your comments friendly and about the lesson only. How are you? I hope you are staying safe and healthy. Before we start, find a comfortable place to make this learning session more effective. It would also help if you follow these tips. Number 1. Find a learning area that is well lit and well ventilated. Number 2. Keep your school supplies and other learning materials within your reach. Number 3. Before engaging in our learning session, make sure that you have eaten lunch and you have accomplished all basic personal grooming. Alright, those are the tips I have for you today. This will help you become well engaged in our learning session while feeling fresh and comfortable. So, what are we waiting for? Join me this afternoon for an exciting Tuesday learning experience in beauty care with the following objectives. Number 1. Identify the different basic face sheets. Number 2. Describe and differentiate the various basic face shapes. Number 3. Explain the corrected makeup of each basic face shapes. You'll have a deeper understanding of the lesson as we go on with our broadcast. So stay tuned and listen intently. At this point, I know you are ready and excited for our new learning in beauty care. But before that, let's have a review on what we talked about last time. Are you ready? If yes, all you have to do is to tell what do the showed pictures are. I'll flash pictures about our last lesson. Learners, do you see the flash pictures? These are the summary pictures of our lesson last time. So, what is it all about? If your answer is contraindications or contraindications preclude makeup, learners, you are correct. A contraindication is a condition or factor that may prevent you from performing a makeup application, as it may cause harm. This is important as when applying makeup in a non-suitable area, you can increase the risk of infection or spreading. Let us name some of these contraindications through pictures. Learners, what kind of contraindication is flashed on your screen? This kind of contraindication is a common skin injury that results in a discoloration of the skin. If your answer is bruise, again, you are right. The showed picture is another contraindication preclude makeup. What is it? This kind of contraindication is a long, narrow incision in the skin made by something sharp. If your answer is cut, again, you are correct. Good job, grade 9 learners. I'm glad to know that you still remember our last lesson. I think you are now ready to listen for our next lesson for this afternoon. Our lesson for today is all about basic face shapes. It is important to recognize each individual face shape. This will help you to place your bronzer, blush, highlights, and contours in a way that showcases the best features of your client. The ideal face shape is considered to have ideal proportions. We have 7 various basic face shapes. Number 1, oval shape. Number 2, square shape. Number 3, round shape. Number 4, heart shape. Number 5, diamond shape. Number 6, oblong shape. Number 7, pear shape. Let's start with the first basic face shape, which is the oval shape. If you are an oval shape, your face is as longer than its wide. Aside from this, your jawline is curved and slightly narrower than your forehead. Take note of this. An oval shape is regarded as the perfect face shape because of its symmetrical and proportionate features, making it the most attractive shape. Corrective makeup application usually attempts to create the appearance of an oval face shape. The second basic face shape is the square shape. Try to look at your face in front of a mirror. You have a square shape if your face is as long as it's wide. Another is your forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. Lastly, your chin is less pointed and your jawline is square. As you can see in the showed picture, a square face is composed of straight lines with a wide forehead and a square jawline. Apply corrective makeup to offset the squareness and soften the hard lines of the face. Here are the corrective makeups for a square face shape. Soften your angular features by contouring your jaw and sides of your forehead. Shape your brows and wear cut eyeliner to take the focus from your jawline to your eyes. Create soft-look feminine pastel shades to balance your strong face shape. We are now on the third basic face shape, the round shape. This shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is your rounded jawline. Obviously, a round face is usually broader in proportion to its length. Rounding chin and hairline. Apply corrective makeup to slenderize and lengthen the face. What are the corrective makeups for a round face shape? Highlight forehead, brow bone, and chin. Apply blush along cheekbone and cheek apples. Contour temples, under jawline, and cheekbones. Focus your makeup on just one feature. Let's now move on the fourth basic face shape, which is the heart shape. Look at closely to the picture. You have a heart face shape if your forehead is wider than your jawline. In addition, your chin is pointed and you may have a widow's peak. A widow's peak is a distinctive V-shaped hairline that tends to run in families. As shown, a heart shape has wide forehead and a narrow, pointed chin. Apply corrective makeup to minimize the width of the forehead and to increase the width of the jawline. If you have a heart face shape client for makeup application, the following corrective makeup will surely help you. Light bronzer or contouring on the jawline, sides of nose and forehead, blending down towards the cheekbones and temples. Next, add a dash of color on your cheeks, sweeping upwards to the cheekbones. Another one is avoid contouring your jawline since it's already sharp. And lastly, stick to feminine, soft, and subtle tones to accentuate your youthful face shape. Next is the diamond shape. This fifth face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face. The only difference is your tapered hairline. Look at the picture. A diamond shape has a narrow forehead with the greatest width across the cheekbones. Apply corrective makeup to reduce the width across the cheekbone line. Don't worry if you or your client has a diamond shape. We have corrective makeup for this kind of face shape. Number 1, apply bronzer on the top of your forehead and underneath cheekbones to balance the face structure. Number 2, highlight along the nose to soften down your sharp face cut. Number 3, use highlighter along jawline instead of forehead to balance out your prominent areas. And lastly, for lips, avoid bright shade lip colors. Stick to neutral tones. The sixth basic face shape is the oblong shape. If you have this face shape, your chin is slightly curvy. Your forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. Aside from this, your overall shape is elongated. An oblong face has greater length in proportion to its width than the square or round face. Long and narrow, apply corrective makeup to create the illusion of width across the cheekbone line, making the face appear shorter. If you don't want your face to appear its oblong shape, do the following corrective makeups. Apply blush across the apples of your cheeks, not along the hollows. Pump up your lips with a hint of rosy lip color to make your face appear fuller. Use bronzer and your hairline, forehead, bottom of the cheekbones whilst blending towards temple. Highlight cheekbones, brow bone to balance your length. We are now on the last basic face shape. I hope you are still with me, learners. The last and the seventh basic face shape is pear shape. Your face shape is considered as pear shape if your jawline is wider than your forehead. Apply corrective makeup to create width at the forehead. Slenderize the jawline and add length to the face. Learners, don't worry if you or your customer has a pear shape. Makeup is so helpful. Here are the corrected makeups for a pear face shape. Highlight eyes and cheekbones to add sharpness to your face structure. You can also use bright shade lip colors to make your jaw appear narrower. Accentuate eyes with cat eyeliner or wing shadow to draw attention away from your chin. Apply bronzer to your jawline to make it appear slimmer. We are done with the 7 basic face shapes. Did you understand our lesson? That's great, learners! Before we end, let's determine the basic face shapes with their characteristics or definition. Number 1, oval shape. Your face is longer than its width. Your jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than your forehead. It is regarded as the perfect face shape. Number 2, square shape. Your face is as long as its width. Another is your forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. Lastly, your chin is less pointed and your jawline is squared. Number 3, round shape. This shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is your rounded jawline. Number 4, heart shape. Your forehead is wider than your jawline. Your chin is pointed and you may have a widow's peak. Number 5, diamond shape. This shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face. The only difference is your tapered hairline. Number 6 is oblong shape. Your chin is slightly curvy. Your forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. Your overall shape is elongated. Number 7, pear shape. Your jawline is wider than your forehead. Okay, learners. Again, these are the basic face shapes. I hope that you understand our lesson for today. Now, to check if you really understood our lesson, let's have a Tell Me My Face Shape short quiz by identifying the different basic face shapes. Learners, are you ready? Okay, listen to my instructions in taking the quiz. I will read each question twice. From the choices given, choose the letter of the correct answer. For those who are watching in our FB live stream, you can type your answers in our chat box or you can write it in your activity sheet or in a piece of paper, not in your learning materials. Are the instructions clear to you, learners? Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. We know the actress, but can you guess the shape of her face? As you can see, she has a wider forehead than her jawline, and her chin is pointed. The choices are A, diamond shape, B, heart shape, C, oblong shape, or D, pear shape. I'll repeat the question number 1. We know the actress, but can you guess the shape of her face? As you can see, she has a wider forehead than her jawline, and her chin is pointed. The choices are A, diamond shape, B, heart shape, C, oblong shape, or D, pear shape. Question number 2. What basic face shape is longer than its width, and the jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than the forehead? The choices are A, square shape, B, round shape, C, oval shape, or D, heart shape. I'll repeat the question number 2. What basic face shape is longer than its width, and the jawline is curved and is slightly narrower than the forehead? The choices are A, square shape, B, round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Heart shape? Question number 3. As you can see, she has wider jawline than her forehead. What is her face shape? The choices are A. Pear shape, B. Diamond shape, C. Square shape, or D. Oblong shape. I'll repeat the question number 3. As you can see, she has a wider jawline than her forehead. What is her face shape? The choices are A. Pear shape, B. Diamond shape, C. Square shape, or D. Oblong shape. Question number 4. Obviously, her face is as longer as it's wide, and her forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. By which shape can you describe her face? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Oval shape, C. Diamond shape, or D. Square shape. I'll repeat the question number 4. Obviously, her face is as long as it's wide, and her forehead and jawline are roughly the same width. By which shape can you describe her face? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Oval shape, C. Diamond shape, or D. Square shape. Question number 5. Do you know her? Her chin is slightly curvy, and her forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. What is her face shape known as? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Diamond shape. I'll repeat the question number 5. Do you know her? Her chin is slightly curvy, and her forehead, jawline, and cheeks are similar in width. What is her face shape known as? The choices are A. Oblong shape, B. Round shape, C. Oval shape, or D. Diamond shape. Question number 6. How about this beautiful woman? What face shape does she has? Her face shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is her rounded jawline. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Square shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Round shape. I'll repeat the question number 6. How about this beautiful woman? What face shape does she has? Her face shape is very similar to a square-shaped face. The only difference is her rounded jawline. The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Square shape, C. Oblong shape, or D. Round shape. Last question. Question number 7. What face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face, wherein the only difference is the tapered hairline? The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Round shape, C. Heart shape, or D. Oval shape. I'll repeat the question number 7. What face shape is very similar to a heart-shaped face, wherein the only difference is the tapered hairline? The choices are A. Diamond shape, B. Round shape, C. Heart shape, or D. Oval shape. Okay, let's check your answers. Be honest, class, in checking your own paper. Number 1, B. Heart shape. Again, number 1 is B. Heart shape. Number 2, C. Oval shape. Number 2, C. Oval shape. Number 3, A. Pear shape. Number 3, A. Pear shape. Number 4, D. Square shape. Number 4, D. Square shape. Number 5 is A. Oblong shape. Number 5 is A. Oblong shape. Number 6 is D.
round shape. Number 6 is D, round shape. And the last number, number 7 is A, diamond shape. Number 7 is A, diamond shape. How well did you do in the quiz? If you got all the answers correct, congratulations. If you didn't, that's okay. Don't lose hope and keep trying. Just continue to review our lesson. So, I guess we had a great time together learning about the basic face shapes. That's all for today, grade 9 learners. I hope you learned something from today's lesson. Again, this is Teacher Joy Lamboy Lacson, your teacher broadcaster in Beauty Care Grade 9, leaving you this message. In PLE, we aim skills, knowledge, and progress. Until next time!
Para sa'yo, ano ang COVID-19?
Virus.
Malungkot.
Pagkawala. Pandemya.
Ito isang pahirap.
COVID-19 para kanya kat peligro.
Sa nga pandemic, makurit nga magka-pandemic kay makaradlok ito nga sakit halimbawa sugod ito yung virus nga nakasulod na aton, delikado ito parte ang mga tao.
Pandemic, ngayon para kumbaga dapat ito nga distruso habang sa kalibutan.
Ikaw, paano ka makakatulong?
Para makuha natin ito nga mga pandemic, kinakailangan po protocol, social distancing, nganhin, may face mask.
Make sure na itamang prepare nga food, naka-guideline siyahan cleanliness, tapos pinapalo na mo itong social distancing.
So kada kung driver ako, amo, nagtong kami mga barrier para sa motor para proteksyon gihapon, birila para kung pati nga tatakon pamilya.
Makatulong nga maiwasan iti COVID-19, iti pamamagitan iti pagsunod ko, iti health protocol kan hanak arumwa DJ Balaymi. Sa gagayam ni Peter Amigable, salamat.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DCTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Purok Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Hello everyone! Good afternoon, especially to all of our 9th grade learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Julian Gamorot Lacamento, your Arts 9 teacher broadcaster for today. Broadcasting live from Moncada, Tarlac. Before we start, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along the discussions. Stay in the most comfortable place while listening or watching to this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions, lend me your ears, and stay focused to our lesson. Let us first have a recap of what we have discussed last time. For those who are tuned in to DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac, have with you your 2Ps, a pen and a paper for you to write your answer. And for those who are watching live on our TV channel 26, write your answers on the comment box. I hope you got the instruction right. Are you ready? Here's the question. What are the different Western classical plays and opera? Again, the question is, what are the different Western classical plays and opera? Let me see your answers on the comment box. You are correct. The different Western classical plays and opera are Oedipus Rey, which is a Greek classical play, Romeo and Juliet, which is a Renaissance play or opera, and Carmen, which is a romantic opera. Very good, grade 9. I am glad that you have mastered the lesson last session. Let us now continue with our lesson for today. At the end of the discussion, you are expected to identify the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. Are you ready to listen? Let's get started and talk about the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. What is meant when we say playwright and director? Playwright or dramatist is a person who writes play. The word play came from the Middle English word play and from the Old English word plega. On the other hand, the word write is an archaic English term for a craftsman or builder, as in a wheelwright or cartwright. The words were combined to indicate a person who has wrought words, themes, and other elements into a dramatic form called play. Theater director or stage director is a professional in the theater field who oversees and orchestrates the mounting of a theater production such as play, opera, dance, drama, musical theater performance, and other by unifying various endeavors and aspects of production. The director's function is to ensure the quality and completeness of theater production and to lead the members of the creative team into realizing their artistic vision for it. The following are the famous Filipino theater artists. We have Francisco Balagtas A. de la Cruz and Severino R. Reyes for our famous Filipino playwrights. And our famous Filipino directors are Ricardo G. Abad and Salvador F. Bernal. Now, let us talk about Francisco Balagtas E. de la Cruz. Francisco Balagtas E. de la Cruz was born on April 2, 1788 in Panginay, Bigaa, Bulacan, and died on February 20, 1862 of pneumonia. He was also known as Francisco Baltazar. His best-known work is the Florante at Laura. Francisco Balagtas was the youngest of the 4 children of Juan Balagtas, a blacksmith, and Juana de la Cruz. He studied in a parochial school in Bigaa and later in Manila. During his childhood years, Francisco worked as houseboy in Tondo, Manila. Balagtas learned to write poetry from Jose de la Cruz, who were also known as Joseng Sisiu, one of the famous poets of Tondo. It was de la Cruz himself who personally challenged Balagtas to improve his writing. In 1835, Balagtas moved to Pandacan, where he met Maria Asuncion Rivera, who served as the muse for his future works. She is referenced in Florante at Laura as Celia and Myrrh. Balagtas' affections for Myrrh were challenged by the influential Mariano Capule. Capule won the battle when he used his wealth to get Balagtas imprisoned under the accusation that Balagtas ordered a servant girl's head to be shaved. It was in prison that he wrote Florante at Laura so that the events of the poem were meant to parallel his own situation. Balagtas published Florante at Laura upon his release in 1838. He moved to Balanga, Bataan in 1840, where he served as the assistant to the Justice of Peace and later in 1856 as Major Lieutenant. Only 3 of Balagtas' works survive complete and intact to this day. The first one is Florante at Laura or Pinagdaanang Buhay ni Florante at Laura sa Kaharian ng Albania. It is a beautiful story about Florante, a duke of the Kingdom Albania, is tied to a tree lamenting the death of his father, Duke Briseo. He is driven mad by the thought of his beloved Princess Laura, who has fallen into the arms of his enemy, Count Adolfo, son of Count Sileno. The second one is La India Elegante y El Negrito Amante. It is a short play in 1 part. We also have Orosman at Safira, which is a comedia in 3 parts. Out of the 3, Florante at Laura is considered Balagtas' defining work and is a cultural touchstone for the Philippines. It is actually his masterpiece. Florante at Laura in English translation is the history of Florante and Laura in the Kingdom of Albania. He dedicated it to his sweetheart Maria Asuncion Rivera, whose picture was shown earlier in our discussion, whom he nicknamed MAR and is referenced to as Celia in the dedication kay Celia. Florante at Laura as an awit. The word is modern Filipino, which means song, but at that time, it refers to a standard poetic format. It has a metrical narrative poem with dodecasyllabic quatrains. When we say dodecasyllabic quatrains, it means it has 12 syllables per line and 4 lines per stanza. Each stanza is usually a complete, grammatically correct sentence. Figures of speech were used which, according to Fernando Monleon, Balagtas used 28 types in 395 instances throughout the poem. The beautiful story is discussed by chapters, or also known as saknong, which is also often staged into plays and sometimes put into own scripts and lyrics. Being a grand literary classic in the Philippines, adopting this epic for modern theater requires skills and mastery. The said play is a staple among junior high school students as a classroom requirement. Balagtas is so greatly revered in the Philippines that the term for Filipino debate in extemporaneous verse was named after him, Balagtasan. And one of the greatest literary awards in the Philippines was also named after him. The Balagtasan is a traditional Filipino art form where two protagonists debate the merits of a theme, one supporting it and the other arguing against it. Francisco Balagtas died on February 20, 1862 at the age of 73. On his deathbed, he asked a favor that none of his children become a poet like him, who had suffered under his gift. He even told them it would be better to cut her heads off than let them be writers. Our next playwright is Severino R. Reyes. He was known to be the father of the Tagalog zarzuela, the son of Rufino Reyes and Andrea Rivera. Reyes was born in Santa Cruz, Manila on February 11, 1861. He studied at San Juan de Letran College and later at the University of Santo Tomas, where he studied philosophy. Severino R. Reyes is a Filipino writer, dramatist, and playwright. Reyes was highly acclaimed as one of the giants of Tagalog literature. In 1902, Reyes founded and directed the Grand Compañía de Zarzuela Tagala. And on June 14, 1902, the company staged this play Walang Sugat, a drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. In 1923, Reyes co-founded Daliwayway, a Tagalog literary which published a series of fairy tales titled Mga Kwento de Lola Basyang, written by Reyes. The storyteller of Lola Basyang was based by the author on a neighbor named Hervasia de Guzman. Severino Reyes died on September 15, 1942, when the Philippines was under the Japanese regime. Let us now meet the major and minor characters of Walang Sugat. First, we have Tenyong, isang mapagmahal na lalaki na lumaban sa mga praile. We also have Julia, ang iniibig ni Tenyong, Lucas, kanang kamay ni Tenyong o matalik na kaibigan, Putin, ina ni Tenyong, Kapitan Hingo, ama ni Tenyong, Juana, ina ni Julia, Kura o mga praile, mga sakim at mapagmalabis. Severino Reyes' masterpiece, Walang Sugat, broadly underscores the injustice of Spanish rule even as it dances around the cruel fate of the young lovers Tenyong and Julia with humor and song. Set in the final leg of the Philippine Revolution, Tenyong is forced to leave behind his childhood sweetheart, Julia, to join the Katipunan. Meanwhile, Julia's mother pressures her into marrying the wealthy Miguel instead. With no word from Tenyong in the battle, Julia gives in, but her wedding is interrupted by the fatally wounded Tenyong. He mentions his dying wish to Julia, and the play features an unexpected twist that shows how Tenyong was able to outwit the persons separating him from his beloved Julia. Walang Sugat tells the love story of Julia and Tenyong, whose forbidden relationship had been further hampered by their social status, political and religious beliefs during the height of the Philippine Revolutionary Movement against the Spanish colonizers in 1896 to 1898. The production was directed by Ricardo Abad under the musical direction of Josefino Toledo. John Villarreal handled lights design while Dexter Santos choreographed. Set and costumes were designed by national artist Salvador Bernal. The characters in time of Ricardo Abad and Salvador Bernal were Chris Villonco, who played as Julia, Noel Rayos and Antonio Ferrer played Julia's love interest Tenyong, legendary Filipino stage actress Noemi Manican Gomez played Julia's mother Juana, stage stalwarts Roger Pascua and Lou Veloso played as Tadeo, Red Maestro and Jonathan Tediwan played the loyal sidekick Lucas, Jenny Villegas and Jean Judith Javier played Lucas' sweetheart Monica, Gino Ramirez played as Miguel, Veloso and Jaldon Bay played Padre Teban, and Joseph Perez played as Pedrin. Let us now talk about the famous Filipino directors. Let us start with Ricardo G. Abad. He was born in Manila on August 10, 1946, of parents from Cavite and Camiguin. Graduated at the Ateneo de Manila, after which he obtained a Fulbright grant to finish a doctorate in sociology at Fordham University in New York. A full-time faculty at Department of Sociology and Anthropology, Artist Director, Tanghalang Ateneo, Metrobank Network of Outstanding Teachers Pathways or ANNI, Ateneo de Manila University Role Players, Theater for Life, Social Weather Stations. He has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. He has also directed and acted for professional companies like Teatro Pilipino and Tanghalang Pilipino of the Cultural Center of the Philippines and the Metropolitan. Many of his theater productions were classics of a Western drama, but in terms of Filipino and Asian sensibility, like Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The second Filipino director is Salvador F. Bernal. He was known as the father of theater design in the Philippines. Born in 1945, to a family that ran a terno shop. He was the first to develop theater design as a profession and elevate it to an art form. Studied at Ateneo de Manila and at Northwestern University. Practiced and handled courses in the art and craft of theater design. Salvador Bernal taught briefly at Ateneo de Manila and University of the Philippines. He had designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater and film, and a National Artist Awardee. Here is an example of a theater and stage design by Salvador F. Bernal. There you have it, my dear learners. You have come to know the famous Filipino playwrights and directors. Did you enjoy the lesson? Did you listen attentively to our discussion? Wow, that's great. Let me check if you really listened attentively and understood our discussion. At this point, bring out with you your learner's activity sheet and answer it properly. For those who are watching live, write your answers on the comment box. Again, for those who are watching live, you can write your answers on the comment box. Are you ready? Let's start. Our first question: he designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater, and film. Again, he designed more than 250 productions in ballet, theater, and film. A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. The correct answer is letter D, Salvador Bernal. For our second question, he has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. Again, he has been involved as actor and director in over 120 productions, while at the same time doing sociological work as teacher, researcher, and editor. A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. Yes, the correct answer is letter C, Ricardo Abad. For our third question, he is the father of the Tagalog zarzuela. Again, he is the father of the Tagalog zarzuela. Choices are A. Francisco Balagtas. B. Severino R. Reyes. C. Ricardo Abad. Or D. Salvador F. Bernal. What's your answer? The correct answer is letter B, Severino Reyes. For our fourth question, it is a drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. A drama set against the historical events in Bulacan during the Philippine Revolution. A. Walang Sugat. B. Florante at Laura. C. Ibong Adarna. Or D. Mga Kwento ni Lola Basyang. Yes, the correct answer is letter A. Walang Sugat. And for our fifth and last question, the characters of Severino Reyes' masterpiece Walang Sugat. The characters of Severino Reyes' masterpiece Walang Sugat. A. Tenyong at Julia. B. Florante at Julia. C. Crisostomo Ibarra at Maria Clara. Or D. Romeo and Juliet. Yes, you are correct. The correct answer is letter A. Tenyong at Julia. Again, the correct answers are the following. For number 1, we have letter D, Salvador Bernal. Number 2, letter C, Ricardo Abad. 3, letter B, Severino Reyes. 4, letter A, Walang Sugat. And 5, letter A, Tenyong at Julia. I hope you got all the answers right. Congratulations, grade 9! You did very well today. So with that, I would like to say thank you for your time in joining our discussion for today. For the submission of output, activity, or assignment, kindly wait for further announcement from your teachers on how you are going to send or submit your outputs. It can either be through email, FB Messenger, or Google Classroom. Keep updated in DZTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac for the next airing of our lesson. In closing, keep in mind that the heart of the theater is the play itself, how it dramatizes life to make it meaningful entertainment. I hope you learned a lot today. Again, this is Julianne Gamorot Lacamento from Moncada National High School, your Arts 9 anchor teacher for today. Until next time!
Ang dagdag na 2 taon sa high school ay malaking bahagi ng programang K-12 sa ating bansa. Pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kagawaran ng Edukasyon o DEPED ang nilalaman at paraan ng pagkatuto sa 2 taong ito na tinatawag ngayong senior high school. Sa pamamagitan ng senior high school, tinitiyak ng DEPED ang kalidad ng edukasyon na may malinaw na patutunguhan anuman ang iyong pag-aralan. May 15 core, 7 applied at 9 na specialized subjects ang senior high school. Sa kabuuan, may 31 subjects ang senior high school. Katumbas ito ng 4 na semestre na may 2 quarter bawat semestre. Ang mga paksa sa bawat aralin ay mahalaga upang maihanda ang mga mag-aaral sa 4 na curriculum exit gaya ng kolehiyo, trabaho, middle-level skills development at negosyo. Kahit anong track ang piliin ng isang mag-aaral, maaari siyang magpatuloy sa alinman sa 4 na posibleng curriculum exit. Mayroong 4 na track ang senior high school. 1. Academic track. 2. Technical Vocational Livelihood track. 3. Arts and Design track. At 4. Sports track. Ang senior high school sports track. Para naman sa mga may hilig o talento sa sports at nais maghanap buhay sa larangan ng sports, ang Senior High School Sports Track. Ang mga nakatapos nito ay maaaring maging amateur o profesional na atleta, coach, sports official o kahit magnenegosyo. Maaari rin silang kumuha ng mas mataas na kasanayan o middle-level skills o kaya'y magpatuloy sa kolehiyo. Walang mga strand sa ilalim ng sports track. Nakatuon ang track sa kasanayang pang-sports at sa pangangasiwa nito. Narito ang mga specialized subjects sa sports track. Safety and First Aid. Nilalayo nito na malinang sa mga mag-aaral ang kasanayan sa buhay at kakayahang pangkaligtasan, pag-iwas sa pinsala at pamamahala sa iba't ibang laro at exercise settings. Saklaw rin ito ang wastong kalusugan at ligtas na pagtugon sa oras ng biglaang pangangailangan. Ang pagtatapos o pagkumpleto sa kurso ay maaaring maging daan sa ikapagtatamo ng sertipikasyon o pagkilala mula sa Philippine Red Cross. Human Movement. Pinag-aaralan dito ang pinagmumulan, control at pagsasanay ng mga motor skills o paggalaw ng mga bahagi ng katawan ayon sa iba't ibang antas. Fundamentals of Coaching. Nakasentro ito sa mga pangunahing kaalaman tungkol sa pagiging coach sa sports. Sports Officiating and Activity Management. Tinatalakay rito ang mga konsepto at alituntunin ng mga sports o palaro, pati na rin ang pamamahala ng iba't ibang aktibidad na kaugnay ng sports at fitness. Ang mga kasanayang ito ay maaaring magawaran ng katibayan mula sa National Sports Associations at iba pang organisasyon. Fitness, Sports and Recreation Leadership. Dito ay binibigyan ang mga mag-aaral ng kasanayan sa pamamahala ng ligtas at epektibong programa sa sports, ehersisyo at libangan. Sa psychosocial aspects of sports and exercise ay nagkakaroon ng pag-unawa sa individual at panlipunang mga salik na nakakaapekto sa pakikilahok, pagganap, pagsunod at kagalingang psikolohikal sa laro at ehersisyo. Fitness testing and basic exercise program. Itinuturo naman dito ang mga paraan ng pagsukat at pagsusuri para makabuo ng programang angkop sa pisikal na kahandaan ng isang individual. Ang practicum sa paaralan at work immersion sa labas ng paaralan ay magbibigay ng mga karanasang hahasa sa mga natutunan sa track na ito. Ang mga pagsusulit o assessment sa sports track ay karaniwang performance-based o batay sa aktwal na pagpapakita ng kayang gawin na mag-aaral. Narito ang ilang mga trabahong nakalinya sa sports track. 1. Referee, umpire o judge. 2. Table officials, tulad ng scorer o timer. 3. Trainer. 4. Coach. 5. Team manager. 6. Athletic scout. 7. Sports broadcaster or writer. 8. Sports analyst. 9. Fitness instructor. 10. Recreational leader. 11. Sports organizer o manager. Bilang requirement sa senior high school, kailangang dumaan ng mga mag-aaral anuman ang kanilang track sa isa sa mga sumusunod: work immersion, apprenticeship, culminating activity, o capstone project. Nakasaad sa DEPED Order No. 39 Series of 2018, clarification and additional information to DEPED Order No. 30 Series of 2017 na ang work immersion ay isang required subject sa TVL track, habang optional naman ito sa academic, arts and design at sports tracks.
Good afternoon po sa lahat ng mga manonood ng RTV 26 at sa mga nakikinig ng Aral TarlakHenyo sa DZTC 828. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Dr. Nicolasa Salas Camaya, PSDS po ng Bamban East. Good afternoon din sa aking magandang partner, Ma'am Rosalinda Cayanan Bartolome, PSDS naman po ng Bamban West. Kami po ang inyong host sa araw na ito para sa PSDS Hour. Partner?
Madam Nicole. Good afternoon din po sa lahat ng viewers and listeners ng RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828. Ito po ang inyong lingkod, Madam Rosalinda Cayanan Bartolome, PSDS ng Bamban West District. Partner, before we proceed, allow me to greet also our SDO key officials headed by our SDS, Dr. Ronaldo Poson, our two ASDSS, Madam Selena Vega and Sir Armando Capili, our Chief in CID, Dr. Paul Dipano, and our SGOD Chief, Dr. Noel Linsao, and of course our EPSDRs and co-PSDSS, school heads, teachers, and learners of SDO Tarlac Province. Partner, I'm so excited today kasi alam ko interesting at very timely ang ating topic. Pwedeng pakishare sa kanila, partner, kung ano yung topic natin for today?
Okay, partner, thank you. Dahil sa katatapos na eleksyon, mainit na mainit pa ang mga balitaktakan sa social media. Pero ang lahat ay nakatuon sa mga pagbabagong magaganap sa ating bansa at sa komunidad na kinabibilangan natin. Ang topic natin ngayon ay may kinalaman din sa pagbabago. Sabi nila, change is inevitable. And it is the only permanent thing in this world. 21st century ay nasa kamay na natin. Kailangan nating sumabay upang hindi tayo mapag-iwanan ng ibang bansa. Kaya napili ko ang 4 pillars of learning in the 21st century upang makaagapay ang mga learners natin sa kanilang mga global counterparts. Naniniwala ako na ito rin ay napapanahon dahil kailangan nating maisabuhay ang lifelong learning para makaagapay din tayo sa mabilis na pagbabago at sa mga hamon ng kasalukuyan at hinaharap na panahon. Wala sa hinagap natin, partner, na magkakaroon ng pandemya. Kaya marapat lamang na naharapin natin ang hamon sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaroon ng kaalaman natin sa 4 pillars of learning. Partner?
Tama ka, partner. The only permanent in this world is change. And we need to embrace it. Isama pa natin or idagdag natin ang choice. Kaya ngayon, meron tayong choice para pag-usapan at maibahagi sa ating mga viewers and listeners ang 4 pillars of learning sa 21st century. Maganda talaga ang topic na ito. Ito ay napapanahon dahil kailangan ng ating mga teachers, school heads, and learners na matutunan ang tungkol sa lifelong learning na kung saan kailangan mag-grow personally, professionally, at matuto habang nagtatrabaho. Napaka-importante na ugaliin natin ang pagbabasa at pagsasaliksik upang higit pa tayong matuto. Diba, partner?
Yes, partner, tama yan. Dapat lahat tayo ay hindi tumitigil sa kagustuhan nating matuto dahil lagi ay may pagbabago. Ang lifelong learning ay isang filosofiya na kinabibilangan ng pagpapaunlad ng kaalaman, kasanayan, saloobin, at pagpapahalaga sa buong buhay ng tao magmula sa pagkabata hanggang sa pagtanda. Ibig sabihin nito, ang tao dapat hindi tumitigil sa pagkatuto upang lalo tayong maging matalino sa pagdidesisyon sa buhay at sa trabaho para maabot natin ang tagumpay. With the advent of the 21st century, we need to know the 4 pillars of learning, lalong-lalo na tayo pong mga nasa edukasyon. Ang 4 pillars of learning po ay binubuo ng learning to know, learning to live together, learning to do, and learning to be. Partner?
Precisely, partner. The first pillar na pag-uusapan natin ay ang learning to know. Ito ay nagtataguyod ng pagkakaroon at pagpapaunlad ng kaalaman at kasanayan na kailangan upang magampanan natin ang ating tungkulin sa mundong ating ginagalawan. Very timely ito sa pag-craft natin ng LRP dahil nakasentro dito ang numeracy at literacy. Isama pa natin ang critical thinking. Itong tatlong skills na ito ay mahalagang susi at makakatulong para maisagawa ang bawat tungkulin sa mundong ito, di ba?
Yes, correct ka dyan, partner. Ang karunungang bumasa at sumulat ng maayos, kakayahang magbilang, at matatas na pag-isip or critical thinking ay bahagi ng learning to know. Kaya kapag ang ating mag-aaral ay hindi nakabasa, nakasulat ng maayos at hindi natutong magbilang, ay hindi natin napaunlad ang kanyang learning to know pillars. Higit sa lahat ay ang matatas na pag-iisip or critical thinking dahil ito ang tutulong sa kanila upang makapagdesisyon ng tama sa kanilang mga buhay. Sa kasalukuyan, dahil sa pandemya, ay marami sa ating mga mag-aaral ang nahirapan sa pag-aaral. Lalo na, ang pagtuturo at pagkatuto ay nasa kanilang mga bahay na. At ang pinagmumulan ng pagkatuto ay ang kanilang mga kasambahay o ang kanilang mga magulang. So, marami ngayon, batay sa ating mga survey, marami ngayon ang hindi or nahihirapang makapagbasa, makapagsulat, at makapagbilang. Lalo na may mga magulang tayo na hindi kayang tulungan ng kanilang mga anak dahil mayroon silang trabaho o kaya naman ay limitado ang kanilang edukasyon. Ang matatas na pag-iisip or critical thinking ay isa ring hamon sa panahong ito. Kaya magkakaroon tayo ng mga learning recovery plans, sabi mo nga, partner. At ito rin po ay diniscuss sa atin ng ating SDS upang mahabol natin yung mga kaalaman, kasanayan, at pagpapahalaga na dapat sanang natutunan ng mga bata sa panahon ng pandemya. Bahagi ng ating learning recovery plan ay ang malinang natin ang ating mga learners sa kanilang kakayahan na makapagbasa, makasulat ng maayos at makapagbilang upang magawa nila ang kanilang tungkulin bilang isang produktibong mamamayan. Dapat din na ang mga learners natin ay mapaunlad ang kanilang critical thinking skills upang mapagtagumpayan nila ang hamon ng hinaharap. Diba, partner?
I agree, partner. Nakakalungkot isipin dahil sa pandemic, medyo bumaba yung level ng mga bata in terms sa numeracy and literacy. Even sa pagsulat, nahihirapan yung mga bata, lalo na sa unang linggo ng face-to-face. Napansin niya ng ating mga guro at napansin din natin yan na ang hirap sa kanila yung pagsusulat. So, napaka-importante na learning to know na matutunan. And after learning to know, what's next kaya? So, dyan papasok ang second pillar na pag-uusapan natin ngayon, ang learning to live together. Ito ay kinabibilangan ng pagpapaunlad ng kasanayan at pagpapahalagang panlipunan, tulad ng paggalang at pagmamalasakit sa iba, kasanayan sa pakikipagkapwa at pagtanggap sa pagkakaiba ng mga tao. Napakahalaga nito ngayon, partner. Sa ating monitoring ng limited face-to-face, nakita natin ito sa unang linggo. Napansin natin ng mga bata na medyo tahimik, yung bang automatic na response nawawala, yung mga basic na tanong na dapat sagutin, medyo nawala ito. Hindi lang naman yung mga teachers ang nakapansin, tayong mga PSDS and EPSBR na nagmo-monitor. Mayroon nga instances na sa aking pagmo-monitor, yung bata nag-brown out, partner. Dahil mabilis lang yung brown out, patay sindi kumbaga, syempre maingay yung electric fan at saka yung impact, biglang nagulat yung bata. So dahil sa pagkagulat, umiyak siya. So it takes time sa teacher na pahintuin yung bata. So nakakalungkot yung mga ganong bagay. Meron din na parang nahihiya yung mga teacher. Siyempre, andyan si principal, andyan si supervisor. Tapos, mga bata, tayo kayo, good morning, you say good morning, or magandang umaga, yung mga ganun. Tapos may mga deadma lang, hindi tatayo, pero meron, minsan isa, dalawa, tatayo. O kaya meron naman kung anong ginagawa, diretso lang, walang paki doon sa sinasabi ng teacher. So, nawawala yung, yung basic response ba. Meron din pagkakataon na sasabihin ko, hello mga bata, kumusta na kayo? Walang imik. Tapos tahimik talaga. So, yun ang napansin natin sa unang linggo, Pero dahil sa, sipag at tiyaga ng ating mga guro, dahil sa kanilang walang sawang pagtuturo at naibabalik unti-unti yung pagsagot ng mga bata dun sa mga basic na katanungan na kumusta ka na, magandang umaga, sino yung teacher mo, sino yung principal mo. Ako nga, partner, nagulat ako dun sa anak ko. Sabi niya minsan, kasi sabi ko, kasama ko si Madam Jet, kako, yung principal ninyo. Ay, kilala ko yun. Sabi niya, si Madam Marieta Silaksina. Nagulat ako kompleto kasi that was last week. So, ibig sabihin talaga, yung mga bata bumabalik na. So, salamat sa ating mga teachers. Saludo po kami sa inyo. Sabi nga nila, pagod pero hindi susuko. Yun ang lagi kong naririnig sa mga teachers na napakagandang asal, ano? At natutuwa tayo sa ganitong asal ng ating mga teachers. At syempre, pasasalamat din sa ating mga EPSBR dahil sa kanilang technical assistance na binibigay kada pupunta sila sa mga paaralan. At syempre, tayo ding mga PSDSS, hindi nawawala yung pagbibigay natin ng technical assistance, ano? Kaya, sabi nga nila, ibig sabihin nito, partner, dapat pang malinang ang mga bata upang makapamuhay sila ng tahimik at matiwasay sa kanilang lipunan na kinabibilangan. Tama, partner?
Tama. Actually, partner, even sa monitoring ko rin, nakita ko rin yun. Ang pinaka-importante nga ay yung mga estudyante natin ngayon, kilala na nila ang kanilang mga teacher. Noong kasi nasa modular pa sila, yes, di nila kilala kahit nasa harap na nila yung kanilang mga teacher. Maybe dahil siguro sa hindi nila madalas itong makita or sometimes hindi talaga nakikita dahil yung kumukuha ng module ang kanilang mga magulang.
Oo, totoo yan, partner. Tapos may magtatanong na, sino yung teacher mo? Hindi nila masagot. Pero ngayon, okay na. Nakakabawi na.
Okay, tama yan. So kanina, partner, sabi mo nga ay learning to live together ay para magpamuhay sila ng payapa at matiwasay. Kaya ang learning to live together ay binibigyan ng higit na pansin sa among the 4 pillars of learning dahil ito ang pinakapundasyon ng edukasyon. Sa madaling salita, partner, tinuturuan natin ng mga saloobin at pagpapahalaga ang mga learners natin para makatulong sa kanila upang makapamuhay ng payapa at matiwasay, tulad ng kakayahang epektibong pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga magkakaibang grupo, kumilos ng may paggalang at professional na paraan, at igalang natin ang mga pagkakaiba ng kultura at makipagtrabaho tayo ng payapa sa mga kasama natin. Di ba, partner? Napakasaya na mamuhay ng walang kaaway. Lahat nagdadamayan at nagtutulungan. Di ba sa unang part ng pandemya, nakita natin ito na nagdadamayan ang mga tao, nagbibigay ng mga pagkain doon sa ating mga frontliners, ipinagdadasal sila. So napakagandang tingnan ng mga bagay na ganon. Sana tuloy-tuloy sa atin yung makapamuhay tayo ng payapa kasama ang ating mga kapitbahay o mga tao sa komunidad. Kasama din dito ang kakayahang umangkop sa responsibilidad sa trabaho. Lalo na tayo sa profession natin, maraming mga trabaho ang ginagawa natin. So kapag tinanggap daw natin ang isang trabaho, dapat ay tapusin natin ito ng may kalidad kahit anuman ang humadlang dito. Di ba? Minsan kasi sa atin yung mga teachers na a-assign sila sa mga bundok, sa mga mahihirap na lugar, pero nakikita natin yung kanilang willingness na makapagturo ng maayos. And that is also part of living together. Okay. Kasama din dapat sa living together ay yung kakayahan natin na tumanggap ng positibo at negatibong komento para sa ating pag-unlad. Minsan kasi ang gusto lang nating naririnig ay yung mga positibong komento na ibinibigay sa atin. Dapat pati din yung mga negative na comments dapat na isa sa puso din natin ito para tayo ay makapagbago, di ba, partner?
Oo, agree ako dyan, partner. Kasi dahil dyan sa negative comments, mas tumitibay tayo at mas natututo tayo, di ba? Kaya kailangan tanggapin din natin yung negative, hindi lang yung mga puro positive. Kasi kung puro positive, minsan parang perfecto na tayo. Hindi na tayo mas magsisikap pa kasi akala natin okay na. Kaya yung negative comments, okay lang yan.
Minsan kasi pag negative yung comments, nagagalit yung binibigyan ng komento without thinking na okay lang yon kasi it's our way to improve, di ba? It's our way na makita natin yung ating strength at weaknesses. Kung weaknesses man yon, we can always enhance yon para maging strength natin. So nagkakaroon tayo ng self-mastery or self-awareness na kailangan natin para makapamuhay tayo ng maayos sa ating sa ating lipunang ginagalawan. Diba? Kaya masama man o mabuti ang komento, lagi nating isipin, ito ay para sa ating kapakanan. Diba? Ang pangatlong pillars, partner.
Partner, oo.
Yes.
Tama partner, ano? Agree ako sa iyo kasi kahit nga sa mga artista sabi nila negative and positive publicity is still a publicity. Kaya
Yes.
kahit negative sumisikat sila, kaya okay lang yun. Minsan nakakatanggap tayo ng negative, kumbaga pampalakas din yan sa atin, ano? Wag lang
Yes.
tayong malulungkot. Minsan lang kasi tao lang, medyo nakakaramdam ka ng ganun. Pero dapat isipin natin yung positive side na ibibigay ng negative comment na yun. Ano? At saka tama ka rin kanina na ang sarap kayang mabuhay, matulog, na walang kagalit, na okay lahat, di ba? Kasi
Yes.
payapa ka, wala kang kaaway. So, maganda yung tulog natin pag gano'n. Di ba, partner?
So nakadalawang ano na tayo.
Yung
Pillar,
learning to do,
learning
to know,
to, yes.
yes.
Learning to
To do,
live
partner,
together.
ay magamit lahat ng kaalaman, no, at kasanayan na natutunan sa learning to know. At magamit ito upang magtagumpay tayo sa trabaho. Noon ang alam ko, kahit naman ngayon, di ba, ang mga Pilipino ay gustong-gusto sila, no? Gustong-gusto tayo sa ibang bansa dahil sa kanilang kasanayang technical at vocational. Liban sa angking sipag at tiyaga at kakayahang makapagsalita ng Ingles, kaya naman halos lahat yata ng parte ng buong mundo merong Pinoy, ano, partner? Kasi kung natatandaan mo yung video na pinorward ng ating SDS na napanood ko, ano, ipinapakita doon or ipinamalas at ipinagmamalaki yung pagiging hospitable ng Pilipino. Hindi lang yung pagiging hospitable yung ipinamalas doon, pati na rin yung mga talento at galing ng mga Pinoy at yung mga skills na angat talaga ang Pinoy. Kaya nga, proud to be Pinoy, partner.
Tama, partner. Ang pangatlong pilar ay ang learning to do, sabi mo nga ngayon. Ito ay nagtataguyod ng pagkakaroon ng kasanayan na magamit ang epektibong pakikilahok sa pandaigdigang ekonomiya at lipunan. Ang mga kasanayang ito ay naiuugnay sa tagumpay sa trabaho tulad ng vokasyonal at teknikal na kasanayan, pagsasanay sa trabaho, pamumuhunan, pamumuno at pamamahala. Napaka-importante na maging matagumpay ang mga mag-aaral natin sa mundo ng trabaho dahil ito ay may epekto sa ating ekonomiya. Kaya kung gusto natin na magkaroon ng kaalaman, kasanayan, saloobin at pagpapahalaga ukol sa trabaho, dapat ay bigyan natin ng pansin itong pangatlo, which is learning to do. Napansin mo ba, partner, na may mga kabataan tayo na hindi nagtatagal sa trabaho dahil sa ugali mayroon sila. Minsan, hindi sila marunong magtiyaga, although hindi natin nilalahat. Pero may mga ganito tayo na kulang din sa kasanayan at malimit silang uma-absent sa trabaho. Kaya dahil dito, patuloy ang pagtaas ng bilang ng mga walang trabaho. Kaya panahon na siguro na maituro din natin sa ating mga learners ang learning to do. Sabi mo nga kanina, partner, na ang ating mga Pilipino noong unang panahon ay marami ang nakapag-ibang bansa at gusto sila sa ibang bansa, 'di ba? Pero dahil sa pagbabago ng panahon, medyo nahuli na tayo sa ibang bansa. Madaling nabago ang mundong ating ginagalawan. Unti-unti ay pinapalitan na ng machine ang mga tao, lalo na sa mga trabaho tulad ng pagbibenta. Di ba ngayon, wala ng mga sales lady. Mostly may mga vending machine na tayo. Ngayon, sa mga bangko din, nabawasan ng mga teller dahil may mga ATM machine para sa pag-withdraw at pagdideposito ng pera. Minsan, even ang pag-order ng pagkain sa fast food, naka-machine na rin. Nabigla ako nung minsan pumasok ako sa mga sikat na fast food chain. Pindot-pindot ka na lang. And then, makakapag-order ka na. Even ang pagtatanim at pag-aani ng palay, minsan, machine na yung gumagalaw. Kaya kung hindi magpapatuloy ang tao sa pagkatuto, wala na itong trabahong mapapasukan kung hindi yung mga dirty and dangerous work, sabi nga nila. So ngayon napapanahon talaga, partner, na dapat maisabuhay natin yung 4 pillars of learning, lalong-lalo na ang learning to do.
Tama ka, partner, no? Tama ka, partner. I agree with you, ano? Pero tunay na napakabilis ng oras natin sa ating talakayan. Nakatatlo na tayo, no? Una yung learning to know, then learning to live together, at syempre yung learning to do. Ika nga, the last but not the least, ano nga ba kaya ang pang-apat na pillar, partner? Pwede mo ba panggitin yung ating pang-apat?
O naman. So ang ating pang-apat na pillars of learning in the 21st century ay ang learning to be. Ito ay nagtataguyod ng mga gawain na nagsusulong ng kabuoang personal na pag-unlad tulad ng kaisipan, katawan, at kaluluwa para sa kabuoang pagkatao. Kasama na dito ang paglinang ng critical thinking skills, kasanayang panlipunan or social skills, pagkamalikhain at pagtuklas sa sarili, pagpapahalaga sa mga saloobin ng mga gawaing kaugnay dito ay napakaganda. Isang napakagandang halimbawa ay ang mga guro natin na sumasali sa mga seminars at trainings upang lalong mapaunlad ang kanilang kaalaman at kasanayan sa proseso ng pagtuturo at pagkatuto. Nang sa gayon ay maging epektibo sila sa pagtuturo ng ating mga bata. Di ba?
Oo,
ang
tama ka, partner, no?
Yes.
Kaya kahit nag-pandemic, andyan pa rin yung mga virtual webinars. Hindi nawala yung ating mga virtual webinars, ano, kahit nag-pandemic, kasi napakahalaga yung training sa ating mga guro.
Yes. Ang pagkatuto, partner, dapat hindi lang sa isipan natin. Dapat kasama ang puso at kaluluwa upang higit nating makita ang kabuuan nito. Minsan kasi nakikita natin na yung mga test sa values, makikita mo 100 yung mga learners natin, pero yung pagsasabuhay nito ay may kahirapan, di ba? Tulad na lang sa pagtatapon ng basura. Marami sa atin ang alam nila kung ang ganitong bagay. Pero marami ay hindi isinasagawa dahil wala sa kanilang puso at kaluluwa.
Totoo yan, partner.
Yes.
Makakapag-bat-in ako dyan. Nakakalungkot isipin, ano, minsan, kahit tabi-tabi po, kahit mga professional na naturingan, pag halimbawa, pag pumunta ka sa mga parke, especially yung napapansin ko pag libre yung lugar, makikita mo ang linis-linis, may mga basurahan naman, Pero pag alis ng mga tao, ang dumi-dumi. Pero alam naman nila yung tamang pagtapon ng basura. Natutunan naman nating lahat kung saan tayo dapat magtapon ng basura. Meron din tayo sa paaralan, di ba, sa classroom, nakalabel nga yung mga basurahan, natututunan yun ng mga bata. Pero bakit nakakalungkot isipin, meron pa ring mga tao, na kahit professional pa man din, ay hindi sila nagtatapon ng tamang basura. Pag pumunta sila sa isang lugar o kaya magsi-CR sila, kahit merong basurahan dyan sa tabi nila, makikita mo dun sa may bowl o kaya dun sa may side, meron pa rin basurang nakatapon. So, yun ang nakakalungkot isipin, partner, na yun ang dapat mahalagang matutunan sa learning to be.
Yes, tama partner. Kapag ang mga bata at saka ang mga matanda na rin ay hindi na nagtatapon ng basura kahit saan, natututo ng mag-recycle at
Kaya nga
nagtatanim
nagkakaroon
ng
ng
mga
baha,
puno.
di ba?
Yes.
Dahil sa mga nababarangkan na sa mga estero na doon nila tinatapon at minsan sa mga ilog pa nila itinatapon. Kaya nga meron kasabihan na basurang itinapon mo babalik sa'yo.
Babalik din
Kaya
sa'yo.
totoo yun, partner.
Yes, pero kapag sila natuto ng magtapon ng basura sa tamang basurahan at saka man nakapagtatanim na sila at saka nagre-recycle na sila, ibig sabihin nito umaabot na ang pagkatuto nila sa kanilang puso at kaluluwa. Dahil nakikita na natin, partner, na may malasakit na sa ginagawa nila, di ba?
Tama. So, well said, partner. Sa madaling salita, ang learning to be ay ang paggamit sa mga kaalaman, kasanayan, saloobin, at pagpapahalaga na natutunan nito at nasa isabuhay, nagmagmula sa learning to know, learning to live together, at learning to do. Kumbaga package deal siya partner, So, dun sa tatlong natutunan nila, dun siya parang application yung ating learning to be. Partner?
Tama yun. Yung pang-apat natin, which is learning to be, lahat ng tatlo ay i-apply na sa learning to be. Kasi ito na ay yung total development ng personality ng ating mga bata. Actually, ang 4 pillars of learning ay hindi lamang para sa bata, pati sa atin at saka sa ating mga school head at saka sa ating mga teachers, lalo na sa ating mga teachers. Para kung maisabuhay nila ito, maituro din nila ito ng tama sa ating mga learners. Di ba, partner?
Yes, partner. Wow, ang dami nating natutunan sa isa't isa ngayon sa ating talakayan, partner. Banggitin ko lang ulit yung 4 pillars of learning sa 21st century, Yung learning to know, learning to live together, learning to do, at syempre, learning to be. Ang mga ito ay napakahalagang sangkap sa ating mga learners para makapamuhay ng matiwasay sa ating mundong ginagalawan at magamit sa kanilang mga trabaho pagdating ng tamang panahon. Sana po ang ating mga viewers at listeners ay marami din kayong natutunan sa araw na ito. Naway nakapagbigay po kami ng karagdagang kaalaman sa topic nating 4 pillars of learning. So bago tayo magtapos, baka may gusto pang ibahagi si partner. Pero konting-konti na lang yung oras natin. Shout out na ako sa ating mga learners, parents, teachers, and school heads of Bamban West District. Hello po sa inyong lahat at syempre sa full support ng aking 92 years old mom, my bebe and my babe na nanonood sa atin, partner. So baka mayroon ka rin gustong i-shout out, partner.
Actually, partner, ang ano ko lang is panguling pangungusap natin sa kanila before tayo matapos ay sana maisagawa ng buong puso ng mga katulad nating PSDS, school heads, teachers na nakikinig ngayon ang 4 pillars of learning upang magkaroon ng pagbabago at makapagbigay tayo ng dekalidad na edukasyon. So dalangin po namin ng aming partner na yung natutunan po ninyo sa araw na ito ay maisabuhay ninyo at maibahagi po natin ito lalong-lalo na sa ating mga learners. So shout out po para sa mga teachers and school heads ng Banban East kasi kami pong dalawa ng aking partner ay naninilbihan po sa municipality ng Banban. So sa inyo pong lahat, maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Madam Nicole, my partner, at syempre sa lahat ng viewers at listeners ng RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTZ 828. Maraming salamat po. Hanggang sa muli po, ito po si Ma'am Rose Kayanan Bartolome. Angat, rise, and shine, Tarlac. To God be the highest glory. Partner, shout out din po sa former District of Concepcion East, sa mga teachers and school heads doon.
So, Dr. Nicolasa Kamaya po.
Ma'am Rosalinda Kayanan Bartolome is signing off.
Good morning, grade 5 learners.
How are you today? Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC, Radyo Pilipino, Tarlac.
I am Sir